Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by SourceVibrations.com. All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, May 12th. So we have a great show planned for you tonight. I am going to bring in Sis Divinity. I know she's somewhere. You there, Sis?
I am. Love and light.
Love and light. How are you tonight, beloved?
I am well. Thank you very much. I think I got a slight fever all of a sudden, but I'm all good.
Yeah, it could be your allergies, too. It definitely could be that. So, family, we have a great show planned for you tonight. We are going to get back on our series, Creation Story Myths. So we're actually on part, is it 18 or 19? That's a shame. We're getting up there so much. But that's a good thing. So we're back on that series. So if this is your first time joining us, what we do with that particular series, we've been doing it for going on probably 6 months now. And what we do, we're taking several of the ancient texts and going over different creation stories, and as well as tying it into the prophecy today. So we've been using the Holy Bible, my favorite, the Book of Enoch, the Book of Enki, Terra Papers, and El Holy Tablets. And tonight we are adding a new book that Sis Divinity is sharing with the family called the Book of Jubilee. And actually somebody hit me up and asked us to do that. And I had been looking at the book, but didn't know how I was going to incorporate it because my plate runneth over. So Sis Divinity is taking that on. So I am really happy that we're going to do that tonight. So I'm going to bring in, Brother Wendell. I'm going to bring in Brother Wendell. Sis Sahida is not going to be with us tonight. She is busy. So we're sending her our well wishes. So Brother Wendell, I'm going to bring you in, sugar. So get yourself together. Put down your plate, fork. And just for your information, I had the opportunity to snack on some greens before I came on the air, but I chose not to. So put your plate down, sugar. Let me bring you in. So here we go. You know he going to let me have it, right? But it's all good. Okay, here we go. Brother Wendell.
Now, what is that? Now, what has that got to do with me eating some Brussels sprouts?
Oh, okay. So you on Brussels sprouts tonight?
That ain't got. See, what I'm doing ain't got nothing to do with what you doing.
All I'm trying to say is I'm wrong. Every time I have to call you out for scraping your fork across your plate upon the air, you always, my fault, baby, my fault. I was finishing up my greens.
Well, yeah, it's all good. How you doing, baby?
I'm good. How are you, beloved?
I'm all right, I reckon. How you doing, Divinity?
I'm well. Bless your heart. How are you, Wendell?
Let's get this thing popping. Look, I
know.
I got some information for you, Rhonda.
Sure thing. What's up, brother?
Are you aware that there's a new holy tablet?
You know what? No, go ahead. I've heard that there's several versions, but break it down for us, sister.
Wow.
I just happened to I was looking at some stuff on Malachi's New York and went to that web page.
Mm-hmm.
And there goes the new holy tablets. And then I said,
how
wow.
new though, brother?
I don't know. I just happened to find it.
I'm gonna have to ask my girl that I recommended, because she was the one that turned me on to the El Holy tablets. Excuse me, and Dr. York. She has her own radio show also. She does it every day at noon, and she has a media network with several shows, and I actually patterned myself after her, and I think very highly of her. And her show's name is the Don Nicoleone Show, and she's on Blog Talk. And she does her own El Holy Tablet show. So that's how I even got introduced to the tablets, and I knew there was different versions. So that kind of makes sense. That's why I asked, if you knew the particular year, because she studied closely under Dr. York as well. So if anybody is interested in the tablets, because she is still in communication with Dr. York, and she sells the authorized version, and she's not trying to charge you an arm and a leg. So if you're interested, just hit me up on Facebook. You can drop an email on the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page, and I will make sure that I get you her information so you can get an authorized copy of the tablet. So yeah, I'll hit her up, because I do know there's different versions of them. So I'm not even sure which one I have, because I have kind of the cheaper version. So I would have to ask her myself.
Yeah. I briefly read the.
And you know what? Oracle Tahuti know too, because he got, if I'm not mistaken, one of the official copies, because I think he studied Dr. York's stuff as well. I know a good partner of his studied under. Matter of fact, he called into the show before, and he studied under Dr. York, so they would be able to tell us, Oracle Tahuti and his partner, his friend that studied under Dr. York also.
Can I read this to you?
Yeah, go ahead, sugar. Go ahead.
This holy tablet has been improved upon by clarifying personally misunderstood information. This was done by many who have received the first holy tablet and sent in many corrections that I felt necessary to clarify. Fortunately, it wasn't from mistakes, but rather from a lack of understanding the language and many of the terminology of the holy tablet. Yet there was some intentionally alterations done by the original printers of the holy tablets, who were Christians, who print Bibles, that took it upon themselves to change words, numbers, and even abstract parts of chapters, pictures, and intentional evil that I felt was necessary to correct in this new version of the holy tablets for you. The language was originally in Nubic and even Arabic, but I found it to the advantage of all Nuwabians that it be replaced with our language, Nuwabic, that had not been made public in its entirety of the whole old holy tablet. Also, many mentioned events that hadn't come to pass at the time of the original release holy tablets, yet these prophecies at the date have come to pass, and they to have come to pass as a confirmation of the divinity of this holy text, and have been inserted. Explanations have also been inserted to enhance your understanding of this text. I'm sure you will appreciate the efforts put forth on your behalf. Truth and truth.
All right, now, so you saying that you got that off somebody's particular site?
No, I got it off of Dr. York's website. I forget the name of the website. Maybe their thing.
New Wapians or something?
No. It came off that website now. What's the name of their thing?
And see, that's why, because the only problem with, Dr. York, not being here for himself, for folks to verify, a lot of people have been either taking his work, copywriting it, not copywriting it, plagiarizing it and making money off of it. So, and they've thrown up sites, claiming that, he's authorized it, this, that, and the third, etc. And that may not necessarily be the case. So that's why I like to go with people that I know for sure studied with him and knew him personally, because they can point me in the right direction on, which site is valid and which material. So, yeah, I could do some checking and let you know for sure what was the last authorized version that he did. Because I know Don would know, and then I, also know that Oracle Tahuti would know, and then his one friend that studied under Dr. York also.
Okay, I got this came off of NewabianFacts.com.
Okay, I'll ask because I don't know for sure. So, we'll have to see from there. So, okay, family. So I am trying to. This is crazy. I had my notes with my weekly news, and all of a sudden they just miraculously are not here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I always check them before we start the show. Head them up to check over my points, and now all of a sudden, I don't see my doggone notes.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So I could see it's going to be one of those nights. So, let me try to find that. Bear with me here.
Come on the top of your head with it. I know you can do that.
You know what? You don't want to do that. Not much. As much research as I do. No.
It doesn't run all together, don't it?
Yeah, not only that, I'm just such a stickler to, having stuff in an organized, factual way. That I just don't do stuff off the top of my head. Unless I have to, but I have the format of the show laid out a certain way, and I try to stick with that.
I know.
Especially with that news. It's because we run across so much news during the week that if I don't put it down in a format, that I would literally forget it. Because I had some juicy stuff too, and literally it is not showing up. I'm gonna try one more thing, and then we're going to. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Just like all of a sudden, and I just had it, and then I go to that date and it's gone. Literally, I just had it.
You gotta put that stuff in the. You gotta put that stuff in the top secret file.
Yeah, right. Nothing's top secret as long as we're on their stuff. Nothing's top secret.
And then guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna come and steal everything.
Exactly. So
that happened to me at the end last year. Somebody came and stole my whole system, all my flash drive and everything. I had 10 years of stuff on there.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's disheartening to say the least.
It pissed me off, but I was well, it's all good. Because I like all the stuff that Sharma is going over now. I had a ton of information. I had all that stuff, man. I'm glad she's doing it. It just kept me, refresh me a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Because we was right there at the door. We was right there at the door with that thing.
Yeah, which, they never want you to put all of the pieces together, and that's what I like about the indexing workshop that she's doing.
Yeah.
Because I've always just gotten different pieces, and then people want you to jump in head first and give them some scratch behind it, and it's like, but it ain't making sense to me. And then they get an attitude with you because you require for some stuff to make sense. And so she was the only person that came along that showed the actual documents and walked us through step by step.
Yeah.
She was the only one that did that. Everybody else, I just felt it was piecemeal. Well, see, you do this, you do that, and but it never all made sense. And so as she was going through the information, that's why some of it was familiar, because I only had bits and pieces. But nobody, either they didn't want you to know how to do it from start to finish, or they didn't know.
Yeah.
And I am almost leaning towards that they didn't have the full picture. And that, most of them are out there selling to the people half of the picture. And that is why people are spinning their wheels, jumping through hoops, going down to the county, getting a so-and-so birth certificate, this, that, and the third. And then it don't work. And plus on top of that, they getting locked the F up.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. So wow. I found them, family, and I had to dig and refresh to find the notes. Okay, then. So we're going to get started with the news tonight. Okay, so here we go, family. It's a lot going on. I did want to go over something with a brother who I call him a genius. He is a Facebook friend of mine, and brother, I'm going to put your name, but I told you I was going to do this. This man is such a genius. His name is James Dunn. I only know him via Facebook.
Okay.
But the amount of knowledge that he puts out there, it is very high level scientific, or he can, bring it down where the common folk can enter and understand. Anything from love all the way to spirituality, all the way to the high finances, and he ties it all in, and it's on a metaphysics level. So lately, as if you all have noticed, Sis Linda has been doing an outstanding job for the past 2 months. They have been going over various treaties, contracts, and kind of giving the family some of the background of what went on. Her show on Monday tailored around people say money is the root of all evil. But I say it can be used to house, feed, and clothe nations. Okay, so of course all of that's been on my mind. Plus, we are doing the trust workshop with Empress. So, Brother James, and I don't know him personally. I'm not even sure if he listens to the show. I asked him to tune in tonight if he could, and to also get in the queue to put something on it, because I was going to read a couple of his posts. So here's what his post was about. It says, and I titled this one Contracts Tied, and this could be his title, Contracts Tied to Our DNA.
Wow.
It's called, I'm telling you, yeah, this brother is deep. It's called American Restitution Law, because white America has no business owning the portion of the U.S. legal tender that pertains to our malleable energy and human spirit and its ability to simulate our DNA with mobile municipal bond ownership of our biometric properties, especially if it can be proven that all three branches of government are heavily entrenched in a violation of public trust.
Wow.
This demands a quasi-contract in proof of metaphysics. Okay, so that was the first thing that kind of sparked my energy for him to even break down the fact, because we've talked about that several times, that this whole currency system that we are even on is all about, it's about our energy. We have been enslaved chasing after a piece of paper that has absolutely no value. But in the meantime, the real currency is us.
There you go.
Okay? So I just love the way he broke that down. So then, let me get myself together. And this ties in, and this is why I'm like, I got to send a shout out to my brother tonight, because we got to the side head, which is Donald Trump. That's his new name. I calls him Wig Cock to the Side. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Wig Cock to the Side / Ole Toupee came out the other day and pretty much said, and this hit national, so y'all probably heard it. It was on CNN, and he basically said that the national debt will never default because all they're doing is printing money. Okay, so of course those of us that are in the know, we like, well, you know, you ain't telling us nothing that we don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had already put that down as a topic for discussion, because Wig Cock to the Side to play, what you say, to play Ole?
Ole Toupee.
Okay, Ole Toupee, a.k.a. Donald Trump, was talking in code when he was talking about the national debt and how it's all they do is keep printing money. So Brother James had came back, and he had broke it down. He said, understand the real reason for the outrage surrounding Trump's Buy Back America's Debt at a discount statement. So that's what Wig Cock to the Side, Ole Toupee, was talking about. Okay, that we're going to buy back American debt, and we're going to do it at a discount. We'll never default because we can print money. So that's what he's referring to. Okay, understand the real reason for the outrage surrounding Trump's Buy Back America's Debt at a discount statement. There is a secret portion of the national deficit that represents a humanity capital that is separate from the actual paper currency you can burn. So I'm going to back that up again, because I want the family to pay very close attention to what he's saying and what we have been telling you. Well, I know personally, I've been telling people this long before that, and they all thought I was crazy, but whatever. There is a secret portion of the national deficit that represents a humanity capital that is separate from the actual paper currency you can burn. In fact, the portion of the term currency that can be burned is synonymous with the slave trade and black bodies that was tied to trees and burned during America's most cursed hours. It is immoral capitalism, since we're in an age where currency is as malleable as gold. That is, human spirit ensures an innovation quality that cannot be burned like paper or flesh. In other words, America's curses has a plasticity theorem. China owns, now y'all know I've been singing this forever, China owns 1.8 trillion of U.S. debt. Japan owns 1.244 trillion of U.S. debt. Foreign investors own 6 trillion of U.S. debt. U.S. Treasury owns most of U.S. debt. How much of America's debt does Black America own? What do you suppose would happen if the plasticity of America's currency was converted into $20 threshold in civil law proceedings for a new legal remedy and financial instruments that enable Black people to assume full ownership of their biometric properties as an ascendant estate inheritance?
Wow.
So I'm going to break that down into even common terms. What he is talking about, folk, is you as a living divine being, owning your own essence, operating your estate, a.k.a. trust. And not being capitalized off of or traded on the market as we have been in the past. Okay? Right. So it says this don't just mean a self-funded compensation for economic genocide, but an ancestral restitution of our metaphysical powers as ascendants of Kemet, which means claiming 100% ownership of our DNA.
Woo! Smoking.
Okay. In other words, if the American dollar is not backed by gold, then it is backed by a golden mean in human spirit that can be claimed as a constructive trust by legal remedy for proof of work to all foreign creditors. That is an open-air cloud computing Unicode consortium of block letter files between hieroglyphics, emoji, I Ching, and Chinese alphabet is proof of commonality. So he really going out there now. So that's just some science that I don't even understand all of it, all of what he's saying. But the gist of what I do enter and understand is that what he is once again telling us, what I've been screaming for 2 years, and Prashama is trying to teach the family, that you are the currency.
Like gold.
You are the gold. Everybody has been secretly capitalizing off of you and living good off of you, but you. Okay, so he rounds it off by saying, if our hieroglyphic commonality can render a holographic web of wire free proof in civil law with a common law defense that supersedes America's common stocks with a preferred stock against the portion of U.S. capitalism that represents a citizens united plutocracy, then all investors in American debt can now have a platform to convert that debt into wireless energy. Who will claim this platform? Is it a curative party versus conservative party game theory? So again, that was from Brother James. He dropped this science. He is a Facebook friend of mine. He deals very high in the metaphysics world, but I thought that was pretty timely because bottom line, what he is trying to say, what we are promoting to you, family, that it is time for us as people to take ownership of everything.
Yes.
That meaning your finances, which really they've tied your finances or this whole entire system to your actual being, your energy. That's what it's driven on. Okay, so now is the time for you to drive and operate your own ship.
Yes.
So the spiritual part of that, of course, is you doing the necessary work to go within, to learn what truth is to you, embrace what truth is to you, and find what your higher power is to you. The physical side of that is to operate your own trust, your own estate. Okay, so I wanted to share that with the family. I'll pause in case Brother Wendell or Sis Divinity, you wanted to put something on it.
No, that's what I'm here for.
The key word in that whole discourse was restitution.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
However, you got to go one more level with that. As in what Dr. Henson did. He wasn't interested in no restitution.
Restoration.
That means give it all back and for good.
Absolutely.
There ain't no throw me a few dollars and I'm be happy with that now. Give it all back.
Right. Throw me a piece of change and then I'm good. So you're absolutely right because again, and I see stuff, and I know some of you do also, family, you see stuff out there saying that, prayers, supposedly and allegedly signed this particular agreement with the native, quote, quote, Americans for reparations. Every time I hear that word, I cringe. Because, no, that's a payoff.
But you know who would get the payoff on that?
Who?
The one who pushed reparations. If it had ever happened, the one that pushed it would have got paid off.
Yes.
More than the people would have.
Yes, agree.
Okay.
Agree. So you're meaning whoever took up their cause for reparations, they're getting a huge cut for bringing the people.
If it had ever happened under that, they would have got paid off big time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know that several people have asked me, did I know what would happen to the Native Americans that took reparations? And I said, that's a good question. I don't know what would happen to them, but that is why I don't agree with the statement of reparations, because that's exactly what it is, a payoff. And that's, to me, think of it like this, family. So anybody that's having a problem understanding and overstanding the difference between reparations and restoration. Let's say Wendell had a car. I went and stole his car. And I just continue to benefit from the car, do this, that, and the third. And so this car was worth $500, okay? But it kept growing in value, although that's probably a bad example, as we know cars don't really grow they depreciate in value. But just bear with me here. Okay, so this car keeps growing in value. So over the years, it's probably worth, let's say, $50,000. Okay, so he finally got to the point where his voice is going to be heard, and he like, you know what? That low down broad stole my car. I have to get what's mine. So I go, well, okay then, I'm going to pay you for it. I pay him either $500 or I pay him less than $500. No. What's supposed to, that's reparations.
Reparation. Mm-hmm.
Restorations is, no, you going to give me back my MF car. Plus you going to pay me the $50,000 that you owe me.
There you go.
That's the difference.
Restoring everything.
Exactly. That is the difference. So no, when I see people with posts about, oh, I'm going to get my reparations if they give me 1 point blah, blah million. I said they will, first of all, I will cuss them the F out. Who do you think you talking to coming to me with that low number?
Mm-hmm.
It's not for you to set a number.
Thank you.
You owe me land. You owe me a percentage of rent on my MF land. You owe me a percentage of every business that's been profiting on my land.
That's it.
You owe me for using my essence and my name, profiting. Mm-hmm. So now you getting ready to offer me what?
No, that's right.
That is the difference, family, between reparations and restoration. Okay, so I'm going to stress this again. We as people have to start inner and understanding how to operate with estates and trust and realize that you are the ownership of that. Mm-hmm. You drive this system. If you don't start to learn these things, if you don't start to step up and take ownership of them and know how to operate and control them, you will always have some snake oil, you salesman, coming and taking you out of your wealth.
Exactly.
They will continue to steal your identity and your inheritance and literally live off of your essence and energy.
Time out.
So I did want to put that out there, and yes, as I've always said, it stops here and it stops now. So the only other thing I want to add on that, as I was reading through Brother James' post and just thinking in general about the word change. So the word change means to make or become different. This is the state of this planet, and her landscape is changing. Now, this is me putting this in there. So definition of change, one of them, is to make or become different. So this is my take on make or become different. This is the state that we are in right now as this planet and her landscape is changing. It is also as the frequency changes, as we change to another dimension, as our RNA changes, as well as our state of consciousness changes. Okay, what is another definition of change? They also have it listed as take or use another instead of. Now pay attention to that. The other definition for change is to take or use another instead of. And I said this is what was done to the melanated people's identity. This was also what was done to everyone on this planet as their energy was taken for others' use. This is also what was done to the planet as her atmosphere was changed and her vibration changed to be lower.
Very good.
Okay, so another definition of change, this is a noun. The act or instance of making or becoming different. And I put changing from a service economy to being of service to others. You are a divine being meant to be of service to other divine beings. Anything beyond that is slavery and prostitution.
Wow.
So now this is my take on it.
Mm-hmm.
Any time that you are using your energy outside of making things better for yourself from a divine nature, making things better for the planet, humanity, as a better, if you're using your energy beyond, outside of that scope, it's slavery.
Very good point.
We are not put on this planet to work for a worthless piece of paper, to pay on land that is already rightfully yours, to folk who don't own none of it.
Own nothing but controlling everything.
That's slavery. That is a slavery system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Wow,
so
that was good.
The last definition of change, they are saying it can be a synonym, and it means coins as opposed to paper currency. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So I put the monetary system is directly linked to your essence. Until we use our real eyes to see all currency or current that is out to sea is you.
Okay, again, please.
The word currency really means a current that is out to sea.
Wow.
Which is you.
Wow.
So again, the value in any currency is you. So I said, see the change you want. Then we will make the change we need. And our nation will be the change. So again, see the change you want. Then we will make the change we need. And our nation will be the change.
Beautiful.
So I'll yield. That was just something on my heart, and with Brother James dropping those jewels, and it was right around the time that I was actually researching that, and then Wig cocked to the side, Ole Toupee had came out with that statement that just really came to my heart. So I'll pause before I go on in case one of you want to put something on it.
I didn't realize There's so many meanings.
You forgot another definition of change.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and put something on it.
It's real simple and easy. What Obama's promised you. Now look at your pocket.
Didn't he?
That's real.
So,
that's real.
I guess he really didn't lie.
That's real. That's what he promised you. Change. Now look at your pocket and see if he didn't deliver.
Exactly. Very good point. So technically, he didn't really lie, did he?
He didn't lie.
I expect anyway.
Because he gave you change right up in your pocket.
Now, I want to share something with y'all that I kept in the back of my mind from the time I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy used to always say this: "I don't care nothing about no money." He used to always say that. I don't care nothing about no money. And I was around 38, 39 before I figured out what he was talking about.
Wow.
But that was part of the driving force from the time I was around 8 years old until now.
Wow. I never heard that one. All I heard was money don't grow on trees.
He used to always say that. I don't care nothing about no money.
Wow.
And I guess I'm the only one that heard.
Because I never heard that one growing up.
Yeah.
I've heard a few people say that. I also heard the term rich people don't use money, which that one really, I'm like, what are they talking about? I would hear a few people that dipped and dabbed in business, but they would never break down to you what they meant, because either they didn't know, they heard it from somebody, or they did know and they just wasn't telling you. And then I also, once I got a little older, heard the saying, own nothing but control everything. And I would hear the ultra rich say that. And then when I started getting up on game about trust, but I never knew the intimate details of trust until what we're learning now in the workshop, it hit me. Whoa. This is why they say that term, and hence this is why they also don't deal in cash unless they are doing some illegal, backdoor, grimy stuff. But for the most part, they don't operate in cash because they're all operating on a credit system out of their trust. Okay? But have us chasing after a currency, which frequency is very low. And it's not backed by anything.
It sure is not.
So, okay, so I did want to share that with the family. So we are going to move on with some news. So while we are on the financial news, a couple of interesting things have been happening. The first one, Nigeria has been off the chain, family, for the last few little months here. This came out on Yahoo News yesterday, and it says Nigeria hikes petrol price over foreign exchange shortage. Okay, so it says Nigeria hiked the price of petrol Wednesday after months of fuel shortages caused by a foreign exchange shortage left Africa's biggest economy running on fumes. For months, drivers have been waiting for petrol in queues kilometers long, while others were forced to buy fuel on the black market, sometimes for triple the previous official price of 87, however you pronounce their currency, Nari per liter. Okay, the new price hike introduced by the Prez of Nigeria's Buhari administration would see petrol being sold at gas stations for $145, and they said that's 73 cents per liter in our terms. So Petroleum Resource Minister of State Emmanuel said Wednesday in a statement, the main reason for the current problem is the inability of importers of petroleum products to source foreign exchange at the official rate due to the massive decline of foreign exchange earnings of the federal government. We expect that this new policy will lead to improved supply and competition will eventually drive down pump prices. Okay, whatever. We share the pains of Nigerians, but as we have consistently said, the inherited difficulties of the past and the challenges of the current times imply that we must take difficult decisions on these sorts of critical national issues. Despite being one of Africa's largest oil producers, Nigeria has to import fuel to meet the majority of demand as it wrestles with dilapidated refineries. Whatever. Okay, a shortage of foreign exchange caused by low oil prices have left Nigeria without cash to afford costly fuel subsidies that are popular with voters. Blah, 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 and then it says, okay, and then it was just talking about how back in 2012 they had violent riots. Okay, here's the thing. Anybody that's followed along with Nigeria, I haven't followed it that close. I followed it on and off. It is a nation that has always been known for corruption, riddled with corruption. You know, as a matter of fact, they always, it's kind of like a running joke that they run scams like the email scams and all of that. And recently, one of the leaders made a joke about Nigeria, and I want to say Cameron, saying that they had corruption or something like that, and the leader came back and said, well, why are you sitting up there talking out the side of your neck? Now, this is me paraphrasing. You may want to give us back some of our assets. So they've always been known as putting corrupt leaders in place, and the corrupt leaders either are getting huge payoffs from like the French or any one of those European nations, the UK, while the people are struggling to make it, but they are a nation rich in resources. So the same story. So the reason that I picked this particular article out to share it with the family, because again, I keep telling the family that the oil economy as we know it has collapsed, okay, because the petrodollar drove the economies around the world. But now that other nations are, number one, refusing to accept the dollar, they have to go on to another standard. Everybody's assets have to be backed by something tangible. Oil is not the thing to do. So Nigeria is experiencing these hike in prices because the currencies themselves are in an influx. So in other words, if people's currency isn't pegged to a nation who has their stuff backed up by gold, they're going to be locked out of the monetary system, the new monetary system.
Exactly.
Okay, so that we know that China's got their stuff backed up. We know that Russia got their stuff backed up. And we know that they've been going around the world partnering with other different nations to do different trade deals to say, okay, you know, we're going to trade with you if you settle, you know, with the yuan, which that's China's currency. So Nigeria is just one of the examples showing you what is going to start to happen to nations who have not made the applicable agreements, or some of the nations may not even qualify to come on to the new monetary system.
Now that's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So then they're going to be locked out, and then they're going to start seeing inflation, and then what they call hyperinflation. And when you hear the term hyperinflation, that means stuff like if you want to buy a loaf of bread, it's $100, and you can stand in the street and just burn money, and it wouldn't make a difference because it's worth nothing.
Oh, good, right.
So that is why I brought that article to you, family, for us to start paying attention, because that is just one sign that, again, the oil economy as we know it has collapsed, and if folks don't have the applicable agreements that they need in place to do commerce, they're going to be SOL. Yes. I had to think about it. I'm going to try to be good tonight, but it ain't going to last. Somebody's going to tick me off and one of these stories, and then I'm going to have to straight let it rip.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. All right, so unless either one of you has something to put on it, I'm going to move on. This article, again, came out of Yahoo News, and this was on May 6th, and it says Colorado City to pay restitution to poor jailed in debtor's prison. So the city of Colorado Springs has agreed to provide restitution to dozens of poor people wrongfully jailed because they could not afford to pay fines they incurred for petty infractions such as loitering or panhandling, attorney said on Thursday. Okay, so now I'm going to stop here, because those of us that have, relatives or friends, them, Keisha them, that's been locked up.
Yes.
For some petty bullshit. Okay, I tried to hold it, family, but I knew something was going to piss me to so-and-so off. This is what they're talking about. So according to their own codes and statutes, debtor's prison was illegal. But they wanted to keep ramping up their machine of making money off of your essence. And incarceration is one of those methods.
Wow.
So now you going to lock me to so-and-so up because I'm on the streets trying to panhandle some money? And believe you me, I know they telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were doing it in Atlanta because it was so many homeless people. They just started locking people up to get them off the streets instead of dealing with the problem.
Yes. So now they're getting ready to reimburse these people is what they're saying.
Right. So it says the settlement calls for the city to pay each of some of the 60 named individuals $125 for every day they spent locked up under a since repealed ordinance. Okay, so notice the words that these so-and-sos use. Not law. Let's be clear, not law. Ordinance. Under a since repealed ordinance. See, we have to start paying attention to the words that they use, the trickery. Now, let me get this straight. You gonna lock me the fuck up over an ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Because they don't have any laws. This is exactly what they're operating under.
Right, statutes and codes. So it says under a since repeal ordinance that allowed incarceration of offenders who failed to pay fines for otherwise non-jailable offenses. The deal providing an estimated total payout of about $100,000 was announced in separate statements by the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, in Colorado's second largest city. So now let me tell you all something, and some of you know this, but I'm going to break down to you the game that they play, and it's why I'm saying it is important for us to take ownership of your essence, which is taking ownership of your energy, which is taking ownership of your trust and learning how to control and operate your trust and estate. The prison system is nothing but another money-making scheme. They sell bonds off of that. They are penalized if they don't have beds, okay? Because they've sold all of these stocks on the market that they're going to feel so much a percentage of beds. So now let me get this the F straight. You mean to tell me I got a prison or a jail, I got 100 beds in there, and then you're selling stock investments that I am going to keep those beds filled at a 90% rate?
Oh.
So this is why we have those tough, what they call, they're not even laws, statutes and codes. If you can't pay your speeding ticket and you don't go to court, well, I'm going to send out a bench warrant for you. And as soon as that's done, they're writing a bond on the ticket itself. They're writing another bond when they issue the warrant. Then they getting paid when they lock you the F up. It's all a money-making scheme off of your essence.
It's herding people through like cattle.
Exactly. Or if you do go to court, then you got to pay a fine. So it's all, again, nothing but a money-making scheme off of your essence. Okay, so I thought that article was very interesting. So, some people are starting to slowly wake up and be like, wait a minute, you're locking people up over ordinances. That's debtor's prison, which according to your own statutes and codes is not supposed to happen.
Oh, I tell you. And when you start to see it, it just, oh, man.
Absolutely. So just pay attention, family, when you see things like that, because they're putting it out there for a reason. Let's see what else is happening in financial news. Only thing else that Nancy Pelosi expects movement on Puerto Rico bill in days. Yeah, right. That was also coming from Yahoo News. That came out yesterday. So supposedly and allegedly, Pelosi said that the Democrats in the House could not agree on the latest Republican bill on Puerto Rico's debt crisis, but the two sides should be able to produce a deal within days. Okay.
So tired of them.
Right. So basically, just to recap on that whole Puerto Rico thing and why I keep bringing it up, because Puerto Rico is where the U.S. court originally went. It was one of the islands where they went to incorporate all of their companies. So the United States of America as a corporation and all the variations that they try to spin on that name, which that only has weight and applies to D.C. It has nothing to do with the America's land. So those corporations originally were set up in Puerto Rico, as well as a lot of their subsidiaries like the IRS and some of the other alphabet corporations were all set up on Puerto Rico, and it was also on the Philippines, and then it was another island. Forgive me, I can't think of the other island. So I still don't know why, and I read something briefly with Judge Anna von Ritz, where she even made reference to people stop calling yourself sovereign citizens because you are not beholding to the corporation, which is only in D.C.'s area. And she made a reference to, are you Puerto Rican? So in other words, she was trying to tell people that that is how they did all the incorporation in Puerto Rico, and something with the island of Puerto Rico itself is, and I still have not gotten a straight answer on what is it about Puerto Rico that they keep bringing up in the news. It's something, even the way that island itself was structured, why they keep going round and round and round about supposedly why they can't bail them out. Number one, I know they don't have any monetary system to bail anybody out. They better hope they get their damn paycheck next week. But beyond that, there is something else behind Puerto Rico. So I would love for somebody, if anybody has any insight on that, to let me know, because every week they're doing a tap dance around tip, Puerto Rico, we need to bail them out. Okay, so the last article on the financial news, this came out on RT News, and this was on May 11, and the title of it is EU to discuss limiting banks' sovereign debt exposure. EU countries are moving ahead with talks on whether to limit the amount of sovereign debt banks can hold, Reuters said. The discussion will be held despite some countries' fears that the policy could upset the bond markets and banks' financial stability. The Dutch presidency of the EU said in a document drawn up as the basis for discussion by government officials in Brussels on Tuesday, the bloc may need to regulate banks' sovereign holdings before decisions are taken at a global level. Sovereign bonds are currently treated as a risk-free and are exempt from exposure limits such as those imposed on bank holdings of corporate or household debt. Now, this is me. They keep throwing this term sovereign around.
Right.
How can a nation be sovereign and have debt? It's a contradiction, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What they are not telling you is that they have to switch from being a debt corporation to an asset-backed economy. When you as a nation are in debt, or if you as a company are in debt, then you are insolvent, meaning you're broke, not that you have sovereignty. Okay, so I'm bringing that to the family so you can pay attention to how they're talking in code, because what they're really saying is, don't nobody want to buy them ragged ass bonds. That is what they're really saying. The world does not want to buy them raggedy bonds because they know that they are broke. And until they attach their nation to an asset-backed economy, they're insolvent. Bottom line.
Very good.
So I will yield in case somebody else wants to put something on it.
Let's keep it moving.
Okay, we're going to keep it moving. So we're going to go to, we told you so. Okay, lately in the news, I've been seeing Mars in there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I ran across something. It was actually two articles on Mars, and let me see. The first one, I'm like, boy, they know they tripping. So this was off of I don't know. This one was about Mars and Earth are getting closer.
Okay.
And this was off of CNN, and this was on May 5th. And so the article is pretty much claiming that we have not seen Mars like this in more than a decade. The red planet will soon be closer to Earth than it has been in 11 years. On May 30th, Mars will be about 46.8 million miles from Earth. Yes, that's a long way off, but sometimes Mars is 249 million miles from Earth. So, okay, let me get this straight. You mean to tell me that supposedly and allegedly Mars is normally 249 million miles away, and so now you then looked up and it then straight jumped 46.8 million miles closer. Okay, CNN, y'all. So, okay, I'm going to continue. What does this close approach mean for sky watchers? It means Mars will appear bigger and brighter from May 18th until June 3rd, according to NASA. But you don't have to wait. Mars is already putting on a spectacular show in the early morning sky, and you don't need a telescope or binoculars to see it. In fact, you'll be able to find it without any star chart or astronomy app. In the United States, the best time to look for Mars during its close approach will be around midnight Eastern Time, according to NASA. It will be the brightest star that you see in the southeastern sky, and it will appear a bit reddish. So then it's given where you can go to timeanddate.com and pop in your location to find the best spot to see it. It will give you a list of times that the sun, moon, and planets rise and set. So let me see. After you have seen Mars shining bright in the morning sky, okay, let me just make sure if there's anything else. Okay, so that's all. So I just found that it's interesting that all of a sudden they're putting so much emphasis on Mars. Either they're coming back saying that the atmosphere is different. Now they're saying it's closer. We've heard over the last 2 years that they're working for them to travel there. Yada 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 yada. So I feel that there's more behind that. So I did want to keep the family aware. So another article came out a day before that on RT News saying that NASA discovered atomic oxygen in Mars' atmosphere for the first time in 40 years. So it says NASA researchers have detected atomic oxygen in the Martian atmosphere for the first time in 4 decades. The discovery is extremely important for the space agency, which aims to send humans to the red planet in 2030. The oxygen atoms were found in the upper atmosphere of Mars, known as the meiosphere. It marked the first time that oxygen has been observed in the Martian atmosphere since the Viking and Marian mission of the 1970s. Atomic oxygen is the Martian atmosphere is notorious difficult to measure. Stratofield Observatory for Infrared Astronomy project scientist Pamela Markham said in a statement. For decades, researchers have had difficulties accurately seeing the universe lying. They just be lying through their teeth. For decades, researchers have had difficulty accurately seeing the universe lying beyond Earth due to the density and moisture of the skies. So that's interesting. Okay. To overcome that problem, NASA and the German Aerospace Center introduced Sophie and whatever. Okay. So what really blew my wig back, family, and I'll put this link out on the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page. So now you're trying to tell me that Mars has oxygen on it, because that's basically what you're telling me.
Yeah.
So although they didn't put it in the article, they have a little picture, and it says, and I'm quoting, "Red is not its only color. NASA captured Mars you've never imagined." And it is a picture showing Mars as like a blue planet.
Blue planet.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay. Now, this is something that those of you that follow metaphysics have always heard some of the master teachers say that what they are showing us on the surface of these planets are not the official pictures. They're lying through their teeth.
Oh, that's what they do best.
And I had seen YouTube videos about the real face of Mars, and it showed various satellites going across it, and it showed the atmosphere being very, very close to our atmosphere, with mountains and all of that particular jazz. Okay, and so the metaphysics community has been talking about that for years. Brother Wendell broke down for you in the Book of Enki how different Anunnaki was on Mars. One of them even perished there. He was banished there. Who was that, Brother Wendell? Was it Ulele? Who wound up? Okay, Alelu. And because he's supposedly the face, if you've ever heard the rumors and the story about the face on Mars, that is his face. It was a tribute built to him. Okay, and you also heard out of Dr. York's El Holy Tablets, where he says that Mars was a layover station for the Anunnaki and other beings to fuel up this, that, and the third, kick it a little bit, till they came to the planet Earth. And it was also the planet where they did genetic experiments. And specifically beings from other galaxies, as well as some of the beings here. Now, this is what the metaphysics community has been saying for years. But now, never a straight answer, NASA comes out with the picture showing other color of the planet closer to blue, closer to what we have. So that kind of puts a different spin on it and lets you know all along that they were not telling the truth on that. So I'm going to pause on that in case y'all want to put something on it. If not, we'll go ahead and move on. Okay, so the last category is we're going to do a little bit of politicking, the political news, and the only one I'm going to do out of here, well, actually I'm going to do two. One of them is, and this came out from RT News, and this came out this morning, and it says, Big Sky Country Texas secession to be voted on at state GOP's convention. And it says the Lone Star State could be on its way to becoming the Lone Star Nation. A vote on Texan independence is set to take place at the Texas Republican Party's convention after being approved by the Platform Committee of the State Party. The Texas Nationalist Movement, a group that advocates for the state's separation from the U.S., has made major headway with a secession debate scheduled for the Texas Republican Convention this week. The movement claims that 22 out of 270 county GOP conventions have passed independent resolutions, although Texas GOP Chairman Tom Melcher told the Houston Chronicle that he would be very surprised if the number held up. So I'm not going to read the rest of it. I do want to start out by saying, let's first of all start with Texas has always been a republic.
Right.
So that article is not really fully telling the truth, but I find it highly interesting, and that's not the first time that an article like that has hit mainstream media. Last year, a couple of times, it even hit CNN, where Texans were pushing to secede from the United States, a.k.a. the real name, the U.S. corporation. All right, that's nothing but talking in code, family, letting you know that behind the scenes that some of the people, which are us, are taking back ownership of our essence and divorcing ourselves from their corporation system and taking control of our estate. So they're talking in code. They know doggone well that Texas has always been a republic. So pay attention. You're going to continue to see articles like that. They had kind of slowed down. I know 2 years ago it was a petition going around with, I would say most of the states wanted to secede from the U.S. corporation. Okay, so they're just talking in code. But you that have followed this show, if you follow Dr. Henderson's stuff, you should know that they are talking in code, and it's all about the people taking back ownership, what is rightfully theirs.
Right.
So I am going to yield in case any one of you wanted to put something on it. If not, okay, we're going to move on then. So we're going to get into our main topic tonight, family. So, sis, did you want to start out with the Book of Jubilee?
Sure.
Introduce that to the family.
Absolutely. Is Brother Tahuti not with us tonight?
Let me see if brother is on. Because I didn't
see him.
Yeah, sometimes he come in on a different number, so let me text him right quick.
He might be still around the block after Tuesday night.
You know what?
He probably still running.
I can't with him. It's him last week telling me what the little store he went to.
Oh, I know. That was just too funny.
I'm like, I can't with him tonight. I just straight up just cannot do it. So I see him. So let me see if he's ready to come on. Okay, did you need him to come on, sis, before you start?
No, I was just noticing that he wasn't here, that's all.
Okay, yeah, I think I see him in the queue, but so I text him, so he'll hit me up if he's ready to come on. Okay.
Okay. All right. Love and life. And as Sis Rhonda has just said, I will go into the introductions of the ancient Book of Jubilees. And first off, I want to give a little information regarding our author, who is Ken Johnson. He was born in 1965 and quickly realized that there were differences in doctrines in various denominations, and he sought out to prove to himself the correct interpretations of these issues that divided Christians. After his intense study of the first century church, he sought to bring back the teachings of the 12 apostles. Thus, he authored many books and made ancient Jewish scrolls available to the English-speaking world. He authored the ancient Book of Enoch, also Jasher, the ancient epistles of John and Jude, also of Barnabas, the 3rd Corinthians, and that's just to name a few, and the fallen angels, and Timothy and Titus. So he's bringing in all the apostles, which sounds really interesting. Okay, for the introduction, the Book of Jubilees was well known in the 1st century A.D. It was lost to most of the Christian world for centuries. In 1948, however, with the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, 15 Hebrew scroll fragments were found of the Book of Jubilees. So the author here is giving a condensed version of Genesis, which is why this book is sometimes referred to as the Little Genesis. One part of the work is to give a timeline of the events recorded in Genesis and Exodus. It starts out with Yah revealing history and prophecy to Moses on Mount Sinai, and it ranges from the creation to the flood through the time of Abraham, and ends with the exodus of the children of Israel from Egypt. Now, the author also pulls together points of the Mosaic Law, and he suggests that Yah ordained them before the world was formed. However, this was contrary to what Paul said in Galatians, and that they were ordained by the angels and not binding on Christians. Okay, note on Jubilee calendars. So, whenever anyone wants to chime in, please feel free to do so. The Hebrew calendar starts with the creation of the world. Dates are abbreviated AM, which is Latin for Anno Mundi, meaning the year of the world. The Christian calendar dates from the birth of Christ, and it's abbreviated AD, which is Latin for the year of our Lord. Now, all this time I've grown up thinking that AD meant after the death of our Christ. So these are the two calendars that the Book of Jubilees will be dealing with. The books of Genesis, Exodus, Kings, and Chronicles give a timeline for the historical events based on the year of the world, or Anno Mundi. The Hebrew Old Testament and the Book of Jasher agree completely with the chronology. The Book of Jubilees has some phraseology that suggests it was originally a Hebrew document translated into Greek. On some of the historical dates, it is accurate, but most of the dates are off up to 100 years or so. Okay, so it is thought that the Jubilees calendar was created by those who lived in Qumran, and it's based on the calendar mentioned in the Book of Jubilees. So, therefore, it is a combination of solar and lunar calendars for 12 months of 30 days each. Okay, now, even though the fact that this calendar is confusing is interesting, because both the books of Enoch and Jubilee state that in the end time, mankind will forget how to properly interpret the days and festivals and miss what Yah has for them. Okay, now for the notable point. I love the way this book is set up. Now, this is where it really gets interesting to me anyway. Under notable points, even though its dates are not trusted, the book says there are several points worth noting from the Book of Jubilees. These add information to what we know of history and explain a few confusing scriptural pages. Okay, the first one, it says, Yah will create a new covenant and place the Holy Spirit in his people. That is one notable point. This is from Jubilees 1:22. And it says, God predicts Israel's rebellion. And Moses was on the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And Yah taught him the earlier and later history of the division of the days of the law and testament. He said, incline your heart to every word which I speak to you on this mount, and write them in a book, in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have wrought in transgressing the covenant which I established between me and you for their generation on Mount Sinai. And I'm not going to go through all of them, just a few of the basic ones. The Sabbath was created for Israel alone. It states that, and the Creator of all things blessed it, but he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep the Sabbath thereon, but Israel alone. Them he permitted to keep the Sabbath, to eat, drink, and thereon on the earth. Okay, the animals spoke until the fall of, here it is. Now this one I found really interesting. The fall of Adam and Eve is where it is heading.
That's interesting. So, I had just a couple comments, if I may, before you go on. So, I guess what's interesting to me that he's noting there that he's given a disclosure rather there that the dates may be off, and what he's saying is the reason they may be off is because the way that time is tracked has been manipulated or changed. Okay, so specifically the Hebrew people or the Israelites were following a specific calendar. They were following like the Hebrew calendar. Then when Julius Caesar came into play, the Roman calendar, and what is it called? Gregorian, something like that. Calendar. Okay, all right. I thought that's what it was. The Gregorian calendar was put in place, which is not, and that's what we're on today, which we know is not accurate.
That's right.
Okay, and now I'm just going to put my little 1 cent on it. Now, according to the metaphysic teachers who I highly respect, Dr. Phil Valentine, Dr. Blair, Brother Bobby Hemmett, and many others, the reason that the calendar was changed, people would think that it is because of the rulers wanted to do things their way. But trust and believe there was a metaphysic or spiritual reason for doing that, because they could shift the frequency.
Wow.
Time is a frequency.
Very good.
That's why they changed the calendar. So you would always be confused.
That's why
on what age that you're really in.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so all right, sis, I'll let you go.
Can I make a point here?
Oh, absolutely.
The question would be who changed the calendar or brought about that calendar.
That is a good question.
You mean the Gregorian?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they want to tie it back to, the Romans and back to Julius Caesar days. But we know that all of those, quote, quote, rulers, they had, some of us that are from Louisiana we call them the witch doctors or the voodoo person or the voodoo person. Some call them warlocks, or high priest per se. They were the ones giving them instructions on what to do, because they know certain things based on the information that our ancestors left behind for us. These particular medicine men or high priests or metaphysics scientists, or however you want to note to them, advise these leaders what to do. The science behind to keep control.
Bottom line.
To me, that's how it was put in place. Somebody told them what to do to keep the people in a confused state.
Okay, now, I can agree with that, but let's identify who that is that was working behind the scenes on that.
I'm going to let you go on and put something on it, brother.
Let's go back as far as we can go now. Remember that.
Yep.
You remember in the Book of Enoch, you had the angels that were on Mars with the Nibirians.
Mm-hmm.
From the Book of Enoch, they were called the Grigori. Is that the origin? Is that the origin of the Gregorian calendar?
Good point.
Dang.
I've got to get that book.
Yeah, you know that's my book.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point.
Wow. I didn't even remember that's what they called them.
See, that's one of my notes from reading the Lost Book of Enki and going back and looking in the Book of Enoch. See, in the Book of Enoch they call them the Grigori, but in the Lost Book of Enki they call them Ijiji. But they were talking about the same characters.
Wow.
Well, that is where it came from then. So it was the fallen angels then.
Yeah, because you got it now. This is what you have to remember. This is one thing you have to remember concerning the fallen angels.
Or the disagreeables, but yeah.
Or the disagreeables. The 200 that came to earth and mingled with the earthlings were the fallen ones. The children that they had were the Nephilim.
Right.
Okay.
So something happened a long, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
That had happened before. It had to.
What you mean the Gregorian changing of time or the frequency?
No, that's possible, but what I'm saying is from the Lost Book of Enki, the Grigori were there to serve the Nibirians. You see what I'm saying?
Right, and that was millions and millions. I don't know if
millions and millions ago. So evidently something happened prior to that. Because remember, according to the book, the angels didn't want to bow down to man, and because they were created first, so they rebelled.
Right,
so
they had a pure attitude about it. Right.
So that's what I'm saying. They had already fallen. You understand what I'm saying?
Ooh.
It had already happened before. So their punishment that time was to serve the Nibirians.
Whoa.
Because they were on Mars, and Anzu was the first one to be the leader over there on Mars. When they bring the gold up there, they would do whatever they had to do to put it on the other ships and whatnot to send it to Nibiru.
Interesting.
So what you saying, Brother Wendell, is that the story that we're given on the fallen angels right now, that's like in a different time or frequency per se. But it really happened millions and millions of years before that, which that even lines up to what Dr. York was saying in the tablets when they had got pissed, because he calls them the disagreeables, and we'll get a little bit into that tonight. It's going to be a recap, but for some of you that weren't around when we did it, we're going to get into who is Satan, who is Lucifer from the tablets perspective, and it's going to straight blow your wig back if you haven't heard this. But that makes sense what you're saying, Brother Wendell, because according to Dr. York, in the tablets, when man was created, whatever, they had an attitude. Like, hold up. What you mean they going to be higher than us? You done lost your so-and-so mind. So that was supposedly and allegedly one of the reasons, too, that the disagreeables, because that's what Dr. York called the fallen ones, the disagreeables decided to buck the system. And that did not happen on planet Earth. That happened in other realms, and that was some millions and millions and millions of years ago that happened. So very, very interesting, Brother Wendell.
I have an interesting point, but I want to give it away because it's later on in the book, in the Lost Book of Enki.
Okay, dang, you shouldn't even told us then.
No. I just put that out there to get your thinking process to go back further.
Got you.
Because we got to go. Because we have to go back as far as we can possibly go if we want to find out what really happened.
Yep, you always say that.
Because something had to happen before then, for them to be over them. You see what I'm saying?
Right. To be over the Gregorians.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yes, indeed. Okay, sis.
All right, so we're still in notable points here. I'm speaking now on all the animals spoke before the fall. Now, this is on the day that Adam went forth from the garden, and on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts, of cattle, and of birds, and of whatever walks and whatever moves, so they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken one with another, with the lip and with one tongue. And the next notable point is after the fall of Adam and Eve. Now, after the fall, Adam and Eve went back to Elda, the land of their creation. Now, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, neither have I.
You've not heard of Elda either? Yeah. On the new moon of the fourth month, Adam and his wife went forth from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Elda, in the land of their creation. So that's one of the notable points. And the next notable point is Enoch wrote a book containing prophecy. And it states that he was the first among men that were born on earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of the separate months.
Now, I'm going to just, if I can put something on that. Now, I'm kind of in agreement with Brother Wendell, because I don't agree with them saying that he was the first to know how to, write and knew astrology and all of that. Something had to have happened, and I think it was the changing of the frequency on this planet, because we knew that our language even shifted.
Yeah.
So we were, some say using metaneta, which they say the metaneta language is Hebrew is derived from that, but the metaneta is closest to what the other galaxies use, and specifically they're trying to tie it back to the Anunnaki, that is their language. And so supposedly that it was so sacred that they, out of that came Sanskrit. And if I remember correctly, because Oracle Takuti told me that Sanskrit came, but it was a derivative of the metaneta, because that was the Nephilim, or the fallen children, or the fallen themselves, or the disagreeables, put that Sanskrit in to change the vibration and confuse. Okay, hey, Oracle Tahuti. So, yeah, if you could just reiterate that to the family.
I saw you coming around the block. I saw you coming. You all right? You got the wind back.
Okay, Enoch. I hear you, Enoch. What I had to get settled in. That's why I'm late speaking.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
I hope you can't hear this rain.
No.
Okay, very good. When we look at languages, we have to go back to the language that the Anunnaki spoke with mankind. They communicated in what is called cuneiform. Cuneiform was the original language that mankind communicated with the galactic beings. And from cuneiform, you have other derivative languages, such as Syriac, Aramaic, and then you have Arabic, and along with Arabic, you have Hebrew.
Right.
We obtained the language Hebrew because of Abraham. When Abraham left Mesopotamia, which lied between the Euphrates, I'm trying to remember the two rivers that Mesopotamia lied between. Which is
Euphrates and the Tigris?
Yes,
Euphrates and the Tigris?
Correct. That is supposedly where the Garden of Eden lied. And when Abraham went into the Caucasus Mountains, which was just above where the Tigris and the Euphrates River is, which is where Iraq and those countries lie. Abraham went into the Caucasus Mountains to get the Caucasoids to educate them, because they were living in caves like animals. And Abraham had to develop a language to communicate with them. Now, the Phoenicians seen Abraham coming, and they called him Hebrew, because Hebrew means transversor, a person that goes from one point to another. So the language that Abraham developed to communicate with the inhabitants of the Caucasus Mountains became known as Hebrew, because that was named after Abraham. Okay, the transversor, one who goes from one point, which is Mesopotamia, into the Caucasus Mountains to educate the Hittites and other tribes that were in the caves of Europe, the Caucasus Mountains. Now, from Arabic and Hebrew, you also the Latin and other languages develop. And what the importance is that all the ancient languages are written from right to left. All the ancient languages.
Yep.
When you come across languages that are written from left to right, those people copied from the fallen Nephilim, because the fallen Nephilim introduced Sanskrit. Sanskrit was the first language that was written on earth, Tiamat, from left to right. There was a purpose in the Nephilim changing the writings, because all holy ancient scripture was written from right to left. They were so jealous of mankind and the position that Yah-Allah, and I'd like to add Yah-Allah anew, gave us.
There you go.
Okay, they were so jealous of our position granted to us that they would not abide by Yah-Allah anew's decision, which caused the war in heaven, in Jannah, in heaven. The Archangel Michael, known as Melchizedek, and the righteous angel, at Yah-Allah anew's command, cast them out of heaven. And Ezekiel saw them being cast out of heaven. When Ezekiel said he looked up in the sky and their tail drug a third of the stars, what was meant was the Nephilim, when they were cast out of heaven, they flew flying saucers. And that technology has been around for millions upon millions of years. The galactic beings had that technology even before man was created. So when Ezekiel looked up in the sky and said their tails drug a third of the stars, that means that the exhaust from the rear of the flying saucer is what touched a third of the stars. That's how far the Nephilim traveled. And the Nephilim first went to Saturn, okay? Then the Nephilim came to Tiamat, where man was being created, because we were first to be, mankind was first to be created on the planet of Mars. And there was a climatic change that occurred on Mars, but the face of man was still left there to let galactic beings know that we were to be created on the planet Mars. So our DNA and RNA essence was brought here to Tiamat after the climate of Mars was so disruptive, where life could not exist on the surface. But remember, we still had intelligent beings living in the interior of Mars.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? And that is consistent with all planets in our solar system. You have intelligent beings that live inside the planet. The beings who are not as intelligent live on the surface, okay? So when we come back to Sanskrit, and I'm going to yield in a minute because I'm enjoying the conversation and I'm able to sit down and listen more. When we come to Sanskrit, that is the action of the unholy angels who wanted to change the perception of how to perceive the truth. So they changed the writing. They brought in bastard languages throughout time, such as French, English, German. All the languages that go from left to right is the effects of the fallen angels out of heaven. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Oracle. Wow.
I want to point something out. Elder, in that little discourse right there, which was wonderful.
Yes.
He told you who man was. But I'll get to that later on, because I don't want to get out of the way. But he told you who man is.
I know you're going to come with something later on, Enoch. I know. I'm telling you.
Yeah, because we want to know now.
Yeah.
No, usually I come back with a smart reply, but
you said who man was. You described who man is. Because you got to remember, you got man and you got mankind.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We were derived from man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Physically.
Yes.
And you said it, but yeah, I don't think anybody heard it.
From the Galactic, but okay.
It's simple.
For sure.
But I'll put it to you like this. I'll give you this little bit right here. I believe, and I could be wrong with 300 left shoes, but I'm willing to put it out here.
That's up to 300.
Yeah, because I'm willing to put it out here to get people thinking.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, out of all the people out here that's talking about Planet X, Nibiru, Anunnaki, Nibirians, whatnot, none of them even talk about the Lost Book of Enki. They scared of that book. I'm telling you, they scared of it. I found one person finally that'll even talk about that book, and it's a sister. One person. And she is going in.
Okay, well, I guess you're not gonna give us the hint, but okay.
I haven't got to that. I haven't got to the point on the call, but I'm really way past that. I'm in the 12th tablet, getting ready to start on the 13th and the 14th.
Mhm.
Because in the book they have 12, but there was 2 more tablets. It's the 13th and the 14th.
Okay, got you.
And it is loaded. I mean, it's loaded. It's loaded. And I see why people don't want to mess with that book.
Interesting. Okay, Sister Divinity, I know we went up the block around the corner, but that was some fire information.
Okay.
So,
okay. I got a question. I got a question. Then I'll shut up. Get Elder Tahuti on line so I can ask her this question.
Okay, I know he's still there.
Elder,
I'm here, brother. Yes, sir.
What can you tell us or verify what the Hebrew word Yovel, Yovel, what it means?
No, I cannot. Maybe someone else could help you. No, brother.
From what I read, it means ram, RAM.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
So that'll give y'all something to do a little research on and verify.
Because ram is always associated with Mars.
But listen to me now. It is also a translation for the word Jubilee.
Really?
Ram?
It's a Hebrew. The word Yovel it means ram in Hebrew, but it's a translation of the word Jubilee.
Wow.
You remember Dr. Henderson said it was a year of the ram?
Yes, I just looked it up, and they even have the symbol for it, and it does say Jubilee years. Yes.
That's why I was counting on you, Enoch, to bring it to her.
Right. It's a Hebrew word, yes.
Very interesting.
But wouldn't that make sense if you have Yahushua? Yahweh. So that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
Well, the 24th seat among the seat of elders is the seat of Yahshua. He is the entity of this day and time. So to tie that in with what Wendell just said about the year of the ram, that makes a lot of sense. That 2016 is the time that is being referred to as far as the year of the ram, the year of Jubilee, the time of Yahshua, who is to bring to us this new heaven and new earth. So all of that makes sense. And thank you for helping me, Wendell.
Right. Because even the translation, and we went over this before, of even the Hebrew year, and shoot, I would have to go back to my notes, family. But even the Hebrew year is different than what they're telling us that it is. So, and I'll get it for you later, but I'll let Sister Divinity finish, and I'll start digging for that, so we'll know the Hebrew year that we're in.
That's interesting. All right. Well, thank you again, everyone, for listening on. Okay, we're on Esau now. Jubilee 1914 says Esau refused to learn to read or write or study scriptures. And it states that as the youth grew, and Yaakov learned to write, but Esau did not learn, for he was a man of the field and a hunter, and he learned war, and all his deeds were fierce. Makes sense. Jubilee 29:9, it states there are 4 classes of the Raphaim. It says, but before they used to call the name of Gilead, the land of Raphaim, for it was the land of the Raphaim, and the Raphaim were born there. Giants whose height were 10, 9, 8, and down to 7 cubits. And the last other notable point is 1 million Egyptians drowned in the Red Sea, 1,000 for each of the Israelite children cast into the Nile. And it states that all the people who brought to pursue after Israel, the Lord our God cast them into the midst of the sea, into the depths of the abyss beneath the children of Israel, even as the people of Egypt had cast their children into the river. He took vengeance on 1 million of them, and 1,000 strong and energetic men were destroyed on account of 1 suckling of the children of thy people, which they had drowned in the river. Now we're going into the contradictions.
Okay, and just so the family know that we are in the Hebrew year of 5776.
577.
5776.
6. Okay.
That is the Hebrew year.
5776. That's more than 580 years off, ain't it?
Yep. That's the year we're in. According to the Hebrew, 5776.
That's interesting.
That's 3,000 years off from 2016.
Yep. So that's what year we're in. So that's as you can see how they started to calculate time differently. But that year, 5776, is known as the year of Jubilee.
Wow.
And remember when we were doing the Bible codes, remember we did that show on the Bible codes by that lady Renee M.? And when they were cracking the Bible code, that 5776 showed up a lot in those Bible codes. And then after that 5776, they had the word Jubilee beside it.
Yes, sure did. I remember now.
Okay. All right, sis. I yield.
Okay. All right, we're into the contradictions now. That's why I say I love the way the Book of Jubilees is broken down. Okay, there are also some glaring contradictions with Scripture that cannot be overlooked. Some of these may have been through innocent copyist errors, but a few are surely direct manipulations of the text. Paul states that they were given by angels and only for a time until the Messiah came to bring salvation unto mankind. Here are a few of these contradictions. Jubilees 4:31 says Cain was killed when his house fell on him. Jasher states that Cain was killed in a hunting accident. 5:31 Jubilee, the earth dried from Noah's flood on the 17th day of the second month. Genesis 8:4 states it was the 27th day of the second month. Jubilee 8:1, Canaan is added to a Fox's line, and the first time I heard of him was when we were looking up the 24 elders. But it also states that this person does not exist in the Hebrew version of the Old Testament. Jubilee 12:12, Abraham burned his father's idols. Jasher states that they were destroyed, that he destroyed them with an axe. Jubilee 38:2, it says Jacob killed Esau with an arrow. Jasher says that Esau beheaded, Jasher has Esau beheaded by Chusam. I've never heard of him. Chusam, the son of Dan. Has anyone heard of this before? I've not, for sure.
No, I haven't either.
These contradictions. Okay, now I'm going into the prophecies. It says there are some very interesting predictions given in Jubilees, but there are many more given in the Book of Enoch. Each book has its own purpose. Here are a few of the prophecies found within Jubilees. Men will grow old quickly and die under 100 because of the wickedness of the age. 23:11, shortened lifespans and Alzheimer's disease is attributed to sin. 23:12, 75 years old will be considered old age. 23:13, increased illnesses and topar will occur because of sin. Topar is a disease in the metabolism resulting in physical obesity and Alzheimer's. And we can really see that happening.
And then I just wanted to add to that the counterpart to man will not live long and will grow old, and we do know that showed up in the Book of Enoch. Of course, that also shows up in the Holy Scriptures. Yeah. But the metaphysics definition of that was a couple of folds. One of it was that man's RNA/DNA was manipulated.
Oh, yes.
Okay, to turn off the gene or the RNA of everlasting life. And then the second part of that, because of the planet's vibration was lowered.
I can see that too.
And that we are in a lower density. That also had something to do with the way man ages. So that's the metaphysical part of that explanation. So, okay, sis.
Okay, in 23:15 it says the average lifespan will drop to under 70. 23:25, children will have gray hair. They're going to start graying earlier than usual. 23, 26, in the millennium, lifespans go backwards. I mean, not backwards, we'll go back toward 1,000 years, and no one will look or feel old. And I'm looking forward to that. And the conclusion of the introduction here is use Genesis and the other books of the Bible by which to judge all others. Compare the ancient books of Jasher, Enoch, and Jubilees. We will learn that Jasher gives the most accurate dates and historical information. Enoch gives the most prophetical discussion. Jubilees is in the middle and with some historical information that might prove useful to the study of history and prophecy. And with that said, starting next week, I will go into the chapters. But see, there is one interesting book called The Fallen Angels, written by him, and I think that would be a really interesting one, too, because it says using only the Bible, Dead Sea Scrolls, the writing of the ancient rabbis, and the writings of the ancient church fathers. This book puts together the history of the creation of angelic beings, the fall of Lucifer and his angels, the fall of Azazel, the fall of Samazda and his angels. You will learn the history of the Nephilim giants, both pre-flood and post-flood. You'll find many details of angels, demons, and Nephilims in the dictionary at the back of the book. You will even find out the exact location on the earth of the fallen angels.
That's actually really, really interesting. Wow. Thank you, sis, for that. That's interesting. I'll check that one out because I also want to check out the one that Oracle Tahuti had gave us last week. I wrote down when he gave us a breakdown of the real names of the elders, the 24 elders, and he gave us a very good book to take a look at too. So I'm going to look at both of those books, and maybe we can discuss bringing those on as well. So that'll be great. But very good, sis. Thank you so much. So, Brother Wendell, did you want to put anything else on that, tying into Enki?
Yeah. That's 5776. And 2016, that's 3,760 years.
3,760. Why does that sound familiar?
Okay, I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, thank you.
I read somewhere, this is before my computer got stolen. I haven't been able to find it again. The actual orbit of Nibiru.
Yes.
The actual orbit of Nibiru is like 3,750 years.
Okay, I'm like, I know that sounds familiar.
In that orbit, in that time frame, it gets closest to the sun in that orbit every 3,600 years. See, everybody talks about the 3,600 years, but they don't talk about the 3,750, give or take.
Okay, because I'm like, that sounds, I know I've seen that, the 3,750, and I couldn't picture, you know where I probably seen it? I probably seen it in the El Holy Tablets.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if y'all recognize this or not. You probably do, but I'm going to say it anyway. Everything that we are reading in these books is prophetic.
Yes. Yes.
Everything.
Agreed. Totally agree with you.
That's why I say when you read in books like these, you can't just read them. You have to study them. You have to leave them and go. You have to leave them and go check other sources. I mean,
absolutely.
Man, I got 1,000 folders on my desktop studying just this one book.
I believe it, and I told you that's why I had to back away from Enki, because I have Enki. I have the book of Enki, but I spent 2 hours on one paragraph. I'm like, oh, dang. Because when I do like you do, when I read stuff, I just don't read and be like, oh, okay. I have to stop and say, okay, now what are they talking about there? Then I have to go to different sources. That's how we're supposed to research to put the total picture together. So, yes, I 1,000% agree with you, brother, and that's why it's taken us so long on this series, Creation Story Myth, because there's so many layers to it. And look how many books that we've been bringing into it, and there's still more books to bring into it, and that's still not even reading the book straight. That's reading it, like you said, getting the point, and be like, okay, now what they mean on that, go on to research, etc. Absolutely.
Hey,
agree.
You might well get some more folks. Get some more folks to read some more books, because I told y'all in the beginning, look, get ready for a long ride.
I'm telling you, with all these that's coming up.
Get ready for a long ride.
Yeah, the Nephilim knew when the Nephilim knew when they changed the writings from left to right and changed a lot of the meanings, the effects of it. We are still affected by it in this day. But due to the vibrational level that is being bombarded on the earth by the Galactics, we are now beginning to understand how to break down not history, but our story.
Right.
Okay. And we are. That's why it's very important for the listeners to continue to come into this call, because each call that you experience is another piece of the puzzle to help us to understand ourselves and the power within us, because that's why the time frame is so screwed up, because they don't want to account for us when we were in our glory. They only want to make it look as if they civilized the world. But listen, we civilize the universe, not just this world. We work with 19 different galaxies.
That's right.
Far beyond their comprehension.
Yep.
And this is some powerful stuff here.
Hey,
absolutely.
Hey, I want to throw something. I want to throw something on the back end of that. They were so intent on what they were setting out to do that when the Gregory or the Igigi, remember it was 20 leaders, but you had one that had 19 under him, and each one of them had 19 under them. Representing those 19 universes.
Right, I was going to say, hence the 19. Hint, hint, right. Makes a lot of, it all lines up. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why I said it's important for us to find out, if we can, and verify the names of those 300.
And, just to add what, both Brother Wendell and Oracle are stating is that, Brother Wendell always says you have to go back further, and we have to go back as far as we can. And what Oracle Tahuti just told us about them, the fallen one / the disagreeable ones, want us to stay stuck in that old low vibrational density, so you could never rise up to your true selves as the God that you are, because you are descendants from that God essence. You are yourself a God. They want to keep you in this low vibrational state. That's why they do it with the language and a few other things. And I was just a couple of days ago, and some of you may remember me saying this several times on this show, that they are incapable, the ones that they put in charge are incapable of running or governing. They don't have the experience. They are the younger being. We are the older beings.
Okay.
This is not the current Babylonian system that's set up. That is not how we, and I don't even want to say ruled, but that is not how we operated, because it is not in balance. It is a system set up on scarcity. Okay? Now, the disagreeables put the younger beings in charge of this Babylonian system to keep the, I would say the Galactic's children, or some of the Galactics that kept returning to this realm, on a lower vibration. Okay? So this is why their system continuously collapsed. Now, my 2 cents to the whole matter is the reason we even have to keep having a Jubilee, the every 7 years that stuff is supposed to be wiped clean, because it is all running on a low vibrational system. Because if you're operating in balance, then stuff should not be collapsing.
Gotcha, absolutely.
Okay, so again, yes, a big part of this is absolutely the finances, but not the fiat. It is for you to learn how to take out of the Babylonian and back into your control, your own energy, and that is done via your trust/estate. But it is also very much so about you taking ownership of you as the being, divine being that you are. And you, and only you, operating your vessel and your soul within yourself. Okay? You're not supposed to be under anyone in your control. You are supposed to just be reaching out to tap into the same level of energy that you already have within yourself.
Bring it, sis.
That's what this is about. That is what this lifting of the veil is. And that is not what the disagreeables wanted, because remember, as we stated earlier, they were pissed because they felt that man never should have been on their level. So that's what this is about, family. So I'll yield and let somebody else put something on it.
In reference to these people who have been put in charge or of governing, I would say it's not because they don't have the experience. It's because they don't have the righteous DNA RNA to do that.
And that too, absolutely, agreed.
Because to govern, you dealing with other souls, and you have to be
absolutely.
You have to be righteous to do that and do it properly.
Absolutely, the most precious commodity of all. And when I say experience, I'm taking it in terms of, our essence. I don't even think it could be calculated, because when we were in the tablets and Dr. York was breaking down how each particular system was created in what we call years, it went all the way back to quadrillions. Okay, so what I am saying is we know that there is some of us that are from that bloodline, and then there are others of us that were created afterwards. So that's why I say they don't have the experience. If I come from a lineage and have incarnated, I can't count how many times, over quadrillions or trillions of years ago, and you ain't even really into no millions, you can only say 1,000 and something, you don't have no experience.
Gotcha. In comparison.
Yeah, there's no comparison.
Right. And experience and DNA and RNA is all the same because it relates to the Akashic records that only we have accessibility to.
That's right.
Okay, and that is, yes, that it's all the same, and it only refers to what we, the melanated people, are able to access, and that is ab initio, back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. Very, very good. Okay, so I was going to, unless somebody has something else they want to put on it, I know we have been behind. Doggone it, Rhonda. I wanted to get back in the tablets real quick because we had on here that I had promised you all the breakdown. We had gone over this breakdown before, but when we got on the show of what are angels and who are the Galactics, we didn't get time in that particular series to go over Satan and Lucifer. So I do want to recap real quick out of the tablets, and we went over this before. But it certainly deserves another going back because it kind of blew my wig back, and so I know that Oracle Tahuti will have a lot to put on this. So this is coming out of Chapter 1 of the El Holy Tablets, the Creation, and this is Tablet 2.16. I'm starting right around actually the 19th. So tablet 2.19 is where I'm starting. So it says each time an agreeable Anunnaki was born, whether male or female, his or her twin was to be the disagreeable. Okay, so if you go back up a couple of pages in this tablet, Dr. York breaks down the scientific of how when an egg is fertilized, how it splits. So he breaks down that scientific part and how in the spiritual plane that is really representation of twins, agreeable and disagreeable. So just to get you caught up real quick.
Wow.
Okay, so he's saying the creation of the Luciferian order, or jinn, or genie, was the end of the first cycle. The beginning of the second cycle was a half diameter of 7,000 years in which you have what you call the angelic beings, be they agreeable, Seraphat, or disagreeable, Garabat. They, the race of Natas, were cast down from the fourth plane, the mental plane, and made to dwell on the second plane, the plane of force, before their physical form. El, the source, gave them rule and comfort until the end of the second cycle, or the 14,000th year after their creation. At the beginning of the third cycle, which took 7,000 years, you have the disagreeable's way, or the Garabat, and the agreeable Yah, Seraphat, both of which are called the Yahwehians.
Wow.
Or there's, some people pronounce it the Jehovahans, but Jehovahans. And you also have the process of the Adamites of the 14 generations before the completion of the Adama project in the laboratory in Sidonia called Shemitah, the Lamu Mars project, or the Sphinx project. This genetic breeding and slicing chromosomes tampering is that which gave birth to Kadmon, also called Zakar, and even Adam. These Yahwehians, or Jehovahans, were both personifying into the physical form to come to the planet Earth as physical beings, for there was no place found anywhere for them in the fourth plane, the heaven. For when the Wayans heard the news of the creation of the Adema project and the prototype that was laid before them, they created much war and mischief in heaven. So that goes back to what Oracle Tahuti was saying. They was upset. This war was recorded in the scripture, Revelations 12:7 verse, as, and there was war in heaven. Marduk and his Seraphat fought against the Drago Halil and his Garabat, and the Seraphat did win. So there was no place found there anymore in Aronis, which is really Orion for them. And the great Drago, who was Halil's son, Shakar, was cast out, that old reptilian called the devil, and the serpent which deceiveth the whole planet Earth. He was cast out into earth, and his Garabat did personify with them. After that, the Natas began to do disagreeable acts and disobey Elho, the head of Yahweh, the most high deity of all the deities, the source, and he condemned them. Natas, also called Lucifer, was an extra being on Terra, or what you refer to as extraterrestrial, astral, or extraterrestrial. The Luciferian order came out of a group of extraterrestrial beings called the Yahwehs, sometimes called the Jehovahs. The Luciferian would interfere with the beings on this planet called Earth and pass themselves off as gods. The Luciferians, after taking their independence, were allowed to work with the Yahwehians together at one time to conquer certain portions of this planet. But one such Luciferian named Halil, son of Natas, or Shakar, wanted to rule all the stars of the heaven, meaning all of the Yahwehians. Okay, so now this one, I know Oracle Tahuti could put something on it. He could put something on all this, but I know he talks about this word a lot. Leviathan, the serpent people, that blew a sister's wig straight on back. Leviathan, the serpent people, one of the reptilian seeds, or the Luciferians, have been trying to gain control over this planet for many thousands of Earth years. They are called the sex spirit force, also called Porne. They are able to seduce and deceive all those with desires on Earth, turning lust into luster, thereby attracting and controlling all with it as Nekabah was seduced by the Leviathan powers of lust. It is the death of divinity and the birth of mortality, and the birth of mortality. Okay, that's why the Intergalactic Confederation quarantined the planet.
Wow.
Okay, so hence that's the term where prison planet came into play, people, family. If enough entities were looking for freedom from the control of the Luciferians, the Intergalactic Confederation would remove these forces from the earth. Yet, who must love to lust and lust to love, expressing energy and emotion, overexerting their emotions, bringing about their spiritual death. There is a group called the Satanists who are not the same as Luciferians. Their own names are the Divine or Nakashites or Kanas. These Satanists are more sadistic than the Luciferians, whose leader was Lucifer, also called Nataz, which is simply Satan spelled backwards.
Wow.
They are also called, I don't know how to pronounce that, Cheyenne. I don't know how to pronounce that.
So Yakanihim.
Okay, say that again.
So Yakanihim.
Yep, that's how you say it. They have supplanted themselves in every facet of life that you can think of, and now they have you naming yourselves after them. The Satanists seek mind control and dominance, while the Luciferians seek to control the energy of others. They are best described as vampires who draw energy from others, also called Draculas, Dracos, or serpent dragons called Leviathan. Okay, and then it says the Luciferians are from a planet called Maldak, the 11th planet. This planet called Earth even has Luciferians and Yahwehians, and some of them are disagreeable Elohim. They don't usually work together. However, they will come together if there are common interests. Okay, and then it just goes on to say, I'm going to round off by saying the Yahwehians were the original 24 elders. They were 12 ex-Luciferians, the dissatisfied. The other 12 were the agreeables, the deniers. That's why they have 12 satisfied and the 12 dissatisfied.
Oh, so you've got 12 agreeable elders and 12 disagreeable elders.
Now you have to remember, let's not confuse that. What he has given you here is the origin of where these terms came from. So this stuff happened billions, if not trillions of years ago. So he broke down for you, when their creation took place, why they got pissed and bucked the system, and they were originally known as the 24 elders, but it split because 12 of them were the agreeables, 12 became the disagreeables. Right. And out of those disagreeables, that's where the Luciferians came into play. Okay, and then you had Nataz, which was a being amongst them, which is where they today get the Satan, because that's Nataz spelled backwards. Okay, but that has nothing to do with the 24 elders that we speak of.
Okay, very good.
That is the structure of how the kingdom is set up in the heavens or the galactic galaxy, as well as how it should be set up in our realm. He is just simply giving you the origins of the Luciferian, the word Satan, where it came from, and what the Satanist means. So he wanted you to clearly enter and understand the difference. So with that, I'm going to yield in case Oracle wants to put something on it, because I know that's a mouthful.
Yeah, it's a mouthful, and when we look at angelic beings, which is what Sister Rhonda just described, whether they be disagreeable or agreeable, we have to look at them all as angelic beings. And we were given Sephrim, cherubim, angel, but there is a third group of angels, and that is the jinn. Jinn were created from a smokeless fire, and they too have agreeable and disagreeable jinn, because in the war in heaven, in Jannah, Yah Allah Anu forgave some of the jinn, the same way that he forgave some of the cherubim, and gave them assignments, especially the jinn. They were given assignments to protect the 24 elders, the jinn. So the Sephrim angels are the ones who sort of held to what they were created for, and that is to keep Yah Allah Anu's order. But within the ranks of the cherubim and the jinn, that's where you had a division. And that's where you had more so the agreeable and disagreeable. It's so much that Sister Rhonda said, and I was trying to keep track where I could make mention of certain things. But the only thing that I do recall that I wanted to say was in reference to the jinn, who are created of smokeless fire. That is why when you look at movies on TV and they have the genie and they rub the lamp, you always see the genie appearing from smoke out of a bottle.
Who would have known?
Wow.
That's because they are created of a smokeless fire.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's. I'm so glad that the listeners are privy to this information, because it helps them to understand the creation and where we fit as mankind.
That's right.
We, mankind, was given something that even the heavenly hosts, the angelic beings, weren't given. When Yah Allah Anu called forth the heavenly hosts and asked them to name these things, they could not. And Yah Allah Anu brought forth Adam and said to Adam to name these things. And when Adam began to name the things within the creation of Yah Allah Anu, that is where these fallen angels became jealous, because they knew that mankind was given knowledge that they weren't given. Even though they had heavenly knowledge and knew a lot of things, they saw the potential of mankind. And you even have galactic beings who are somewhat jealous of the potential of mankind, because remember, we were created in his image and his likeness.
Right.
So the potential of that is far beyond your comprehension. And on this Truth Uncompromised, you're beginning to see your potential, what your vibratory level truly is. And there was a reference made to the lower vibratory level. Sister Rhonda mentioned that the fallen angels caused that type of atmosphere and environment for us. And when you look at low vibratory levels here on Earth, that affects the food.
Mm-hmm.
When we eat the vegetation has a lower frequency. That's why they're destroying the water, so that the fish we eat has a lower frequency. Everything that we eat, which formulates our blood, that blood is what causes our frequency to either rise or be lower.
Yep.
So we are in knowledge of his tricks, and we're about to straighten all that out, where we can eat the higher frequency foods, smell the higher frequency air, drink the higher frequency water. There is nothing that the fallen angels of heaven can do to stop the plan of Yah Allah Anu. These are things that he has guaranteed to us, especially with this new, well, it's not a new covenant, it's an old covenant. The 501c4 is an old covenant that has been revived in our minds and our ability to see and hear. So that alone begins to rise the frequency of mankind. So we in good shape. Stick with this call and other calls so that you can learn who you are and where we fit into this. We are, even Yahshua himself said it. It's in Scripture. Did I not say in your law ye are God?
That's right.
Okay. That's talking about us. That's us. I yield.
Wow. Thank you, Oracle. Thank you. So, Sister Divinity or Brother Tahuti, did you want to put anything else on it? Because I'm going to open up the phone lines for the family because I know we threw a lot at them tonight.
I want to say something about that reading you just did. You just verified what I said about 15, 20 minutes ago. Something happened before. Something happened previously.
Absolutely.
A long time ago.
Absolutely. And I thought back to, I was so glad that you said that, and I didn't want to, get into that particular passage until it was time. So I'm glad even Sister Divinity brought up the comment, well, is that who really the 24 angels are? Because I had to make that distinction. Now we have to remember that you're dealing with trillions of years ago, probably quadrillions, versus how we are to operate the kingdoms today. That's two totally separate things. Two totally separate things. And as you can see over these quadrillion years, what we call years, because time, what we call time, is measured differently in other galaxies or frequencies. Okay, so, and that's based on the vibratory rate or level. So the names have changed. They have been skewed. The meaning's different. I have seen several people say several things about Lucifer. I've seen several people say something about, Yahweh, and Yahweh is Satan. But what I think that the way Dr. York broke it down in the tablets, he is the only one that I've seen to date that gives the proper explanation of what the Yahwehians mean, where the Luciferian concept comes from, where the Satan concept comes from. He is the only one that breaks it all down where it makes sense to me anyway. So, okay, well, if none of you have anything to put on it, I'm going to open up the queue. All right.
Hey, Ron, let me say this for you on my queue.
Yes, sir.
This is for the callers. You have to keep one question always in the back of your mind when you study this type of information. Then that question is, well, who did they learn it from?
Mm-hmm.
And you will never stop asking that question, and you will never stop researching. Because when you find the answer to that question, you're going to say, well, who did they learn that from?
Right.
And that's
right.
In other words, tie your seatbelt up, get some popcorn and Coca-Cola, whatever, because it's going to be a long ride, baby.
Right, right. But, you know, the beauty about it, though, is, as Oracle Tahuti said a little bit ago when I was talking about the difference between a younger being and older beings, and he said because we have access to our Akashic records. So just by simply what we're doing tonight, going over all this information, and then we're like, ooh, yep, that ties in. Or if you're just simply sitting still and you start getting all these answers coming to you, and you know doggone well what you're getting is the correct answer, but you go and research it anyway and find out that you already knew it, that's us accessing these Akashic records. So meaning they were already put in you. And as above, so below. So as you already have your ancient Akashic records in you, and the ancestors have added to those Akashic records to give you what you need, they are also recorded in the other galaxy where you are from. And if you want a better picture of what I mean, those of you, and y'all know I love this doggone movie because it was fire. It was about the melanated people coming from the 19th galaxy where, you know, Nibiru and all of that is from. Superman. Remember when Superman, them little planet, was being destroyed, and he had packed up his little ship, and I call it his little Merkaba, because the way the little ship was formulated, it looked like a Merkaba to me. But he put the little crystal thingy into Superman's little Merkaba / ship.
Oh, yeah.
And then remember when he became 18, he had left a little farm, this, that, and the third. And he had he found the ship that he came in that barn, and he went to the barn and he got them little crystal things. So he knew from his Akashic records, he knew that he had to go up to the Arctic, hint, hint, the Arctic, throw the little crystals down, and then that crystal city rolls up. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that his father, wasn't his father's name Jael? Notice the L. That just really cracks me up, right? So his father,
I didn't grab that.
Exactly, yeah, was giving him his Akashic record.
Wow, sis. I'm going to have to go back and watch this.
He didn't want it to be destroyed on that planet. He wanted his son to have his Akashic record. And although he still had it encoded in him, he wanted him to have that a digital or physical copy as well. So then when he puts the little crystal situation in, and the little hologram of his father comes up, and he said, I want you to know who you are. And he starts going into everything. So they were telling you what is going on with the ancient ones, which is us. You already have the Akashic records encoded in your RNA, in that blood. And now you are beginning to access that as you study and as this frequency is rising.
Wow, because I know I was never, ever interested in anything like this before until I started hearing you guys.
Yeah, because that was your Akashic records going bleep, 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 like a computer.
Right? Now I want the book. So
okay, I'm coming online. Coming online.
In Inner Earth, you have a crystalline city, the same crystal that Superman was using to access his Akashic records.
That's
There's
right.
a crystalline city within the earth that has all of our information. That's why each one of us should carry a crystal, because it accessed those records.
You know, I got one just recently.
Another point that I'd like to make in reference to what was said earlier, when we talk about the agreeable and disagreeable angelic beings, so above, so below. Because if you look at Abel and Cain, who were mankind, Cain became disagreeable and murdered his brother Abel. So that's the same with the angelic beings above in heaven. They became disagreeable and committed war against each other. And the same with mankind here on earth below. You had the disagreeable with the agreeable, and the disagreeable killed the agreeable Abel. And Abel still crying out until this day for revenge against his brother killing him. That is the one voice that is heard. And Enoch made mention, who is that I'm hearing? And I believe it was the Archangel Uriel that explained to Enoch that is the voice of Abel, who is crying out for revenge because his brother Cain killed him. Yeah, so you have that same situation below the same as above. That is the above is really what we mean the spiritual realm. Below is the physical realm.
Right.
And you have the same thing occurring in both realms. And in all 19 galaxies, you have the same thing occurring.
Exactly. And now and that's really what the Battle of Armageddon is about. It's the spiritual battle, the one last great battle before it all gets turned back over to the agreeables per se. And we can even get away from the concept of feeling that there has to be a duality, meaning a good and an evil.
Right.
So very, very good point, family. So I'm going to open up the phone line. So let me go here. Bear with me here. Okay, so if you have a question, comment, you want to put something on it, press *6 to get in the queue. I know we threw a lot at you tonight, so *6 to come into the queue. Okay, it's lining up here, so let me open up the first line, which is 917.
Greetings, my brother. Greetings, my brother and sister. One heart, one mind, one spirit.
Greetings, Brother Lincoln. How are you?
God is love.
Yeah.
Your message this evening for the panel was very, very enlightening. And Brother Tweedy started a question that I was about to ask about Cain and Abel. There's a part that is a bit confusing to me. After when he killed Cain, he went away to a faraway land, to another set of people. And also with Adam and Eve, when they got out of the garden, I know they went into a cave. So therefore there were 4 people on this earth, but they said Cain went away to the far land and found himself a wife. Could you guys explain this to me, please, to broaden my knowledge?
Well, Cain and Abel had twin sisters. It wasn't just Cain and Abel.
That's right.
And Abel had a beautiful twin sister, and Cain was jealous because his twin sister wasn't as beautiful as Abel's. So Cain took Abel's twin sister after he murdered him and went to the land of Nod. But we also have to remember that when you start talking about Adam and Eve, that is a representation of a people, okay? Mm-hmm. And not just a single individual.
Right.
Okay? Yeah, and in the land of Nod, that is where you had a lot of the disagreeable beings in the land of Nod. And Cain knew that. That's why he feared having to leave and go there, because he knew that there were disagreeable beings there. So Yah, Allah anew, put a marking in Cain's forehead to mark him. And I from the story, I think he was also affected with leprosy.
But the question is, this being, this disobedient people that they went to, who were they? I heard my brother Lindell keep on talking about the Nikis and the Anunnakis, and were they at that time? Because remember, they were fallen angels. Were they a part of the fallen angels and stuff? I'm sorry to be questioning you like this,
Yes, they were. The fallen angels who were cast out of heaven, they settled in the land of Nod. And that's why Cain feared going there, because he knew that they were the disagreeable beings there.
Okay, I thank you guys for sharing. And for Rhonda, I thank you for the great job you've been doing. Linda, God bless you. My sister that helped reading the Nikki book, the Jubilee book, and you, brother, forgive me, but you guys are doing a terrific job, and I love you guys. One heart, one mind, one spirit. God is love.
Thank you, Brother Lincoln. Love you too, brother. Thank you so much. Okay, I think this is Sis Linda. So let me open up her line. Greetings,
this is Sis Linda. Greetings. This is
sweet. Love it.
Wow, I am really loving this, and I'm going to repeat something I said to someone on a call before, that all of these creation stories, that all of them only tells the different depths and dimensions of the same creation story and the same players. Mm-hmm. And it's the same stories in the Bible, except we get the rest of the story, pretty basically. And so after saying that, I wanted to say that, Elder Oracle Tahuti. So you say Yah, Allah, Anu. You're going to make sure we know that that Enlil and Enki got something to do with this story when we start thinking about the word and creation and all the difference, huh? So I hear you sliding that in. It's like, okay, everybody, we're going to get you to the next level now.
Yeah, that was funny when he threw that Anu on the end.
It's like okay, so everybody that don't know, Anu for Anu, Naki, and a lot of things. So that's also another hint about the creation of mankind. One of the other things about what Brother Lincoln asked is, where did Cain get a wife, and were there other people? And Elder Tahuti said yes, that remember the earth was, I think Robert Morning Sky, he said like Las Vegas, that people were coming from all of the planets to admire what was going on here. And so there were people from other planets that were here too, and one of the things I think at the time of Nod, and Wendell might know better than me, but I think that those were the Igigi, the falling angels, were the ones that were on Mars, the way station, the ones who, after some of them took wives, and they said, well, we want some wives too. And then when the life had to leave Mars, they came down here and they took up their own residence, some of them. And I'm telling a part of one of the stories, but just so that since we're putting out information about the creation and that how mankind is the apple of Yah Allah, I'll say Anu's eyes as you do, Oracle, that's how we got an inheritance on the earth, and because we were of the earth, and if you don't mind, maybe you might consider this, Rhonda, because I didn't know until I heard you say Enoch when it said he was the first one, or maybe Sis Divinity when it was talking about the Jubilees and said that Enoch was the first one here, and I think that what they meant in the book was he was the first one of the Anunnaki that were born of the ones here that had I think we were talking about
now that's
not that he was the first one. He was like the first generation of the one that was born here, and that's why he got to be the spokesperson, because he was of the heavens and of the earth, that he had a birthright for both.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
But this is and Rhonda, you're giving me the bomb, and I'm impressed. But I didn't even know about none of this stuff, until you started the stories, and I was listening. And at one point, after about 3 months, I'm like, I gotta check this stuff out, because this is taking up everything. And so since I think you started in June or July, maybe July or August, you started the creation story. Yeah, you did. It was July or August that you started, and so then by October I had to start reading or gathering books, and so I just want to give the time frame. I've had to go through like the Book of Enoch, the Lost Book of Enki, the El Holy Tablets, trying to find it. I think I got it on YouTube, some of the verbiage, and Robert Morning Sky, the Terra Papers. I just pulled up some of the Book of Jubilee. And I had read some of the other things before, like lost books of the Bible over the last 10 years. And I'm like, oh, my goodness, this is, I just want to say to everyone on the phone, my daughter and me and everybody say, there's holes in the information in the Bible. I don't trust it, because it's like you'll be reading something and then all of a sudden, boom, you fall in a hole and you can't find the information. Well, now we're finding all of the information to connect the dots and the people, and it's not. And what I'm finding, and this is my last statement, is that it's not about a person, because you can give a person any name, and you can lie about a name, or you can call people 100 names, like they say, even Father Yah, call him many names. Satan has many names. Jesus has many names. Me, Linda, I have many names. One is Mom, one is Grandma, one is L, one is LJ. I have many names. But the attributes are what tell who they're talking about, and that's how you can say, Wendell, what's this one's name? Oracle, what happened? Because the attributes, you can't lie. When you're telling the truth about attributes, you can put everybody together with it, and the same thing with the land. You can tell what continent or what land or what time in the Bible even they're talking about, because the attributes do not lie with the people. And with that, I yield.
Wow. Thanks, Sis Linda. You really, really brought it. Thank you. Love you, sis. Very, very good. Peace and love, sis. Wow. So now, Sis Linda was the last caller in the queue. I don't believe this. We ain't ended semi on time in months. So I'm speak now, forever hold your peace, family.
Rhonda, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you, beloved.
I forgot. I wrote a note. I wanted to say about the sun. Someone was saying, how do you know when it's the truth? And you were saying, you get a stirring inside. And I wanted to remind everyone, we're in the spring and going into the summertime, and the sun is the perfect medicine for us. It helps to, helps us to sleep, helps us to clear our pineal gland, that all of the things is food for us. And it heals our body and everything. And we are beings that, as we study this, that our body rejuvenates. We were created to heal and rejuvenate for long life. And the sun is one of the things that helps to create the right atmosphere for it. And even if there are chemtrails or whatever, that it's still all right, because like how trees still grow and grass still grows and all of that, we're made of the same thing from the ground that they are, and we will still grow if we get out there. And I wanted to say that. And then the other thing is that that when our RNA and DNA is activated, more activated, that we heal more quickly. And so even technologies like scalar weapons and HARP and stuff, that it will not affect us. And when people might say, well, what do you mean it won't affect us? Think about how resilient people are in the hood. They're always, think about a wino on the corner or somebody on the corner selling drugs. This is just an example. They may not eat right, dress right, they're out there, but but they live long lives. They don't get sick. They're, all of these things, they're out there being protected, and it shows that there's something about the genetic makeup of the people that look like me that makes it where they're resilient to the harsh effects, like all of it, all of it. That's why they try so hard to get us. They have to try everything, because we don't just fall that easily. And I just wanted to say that, so everybody make sure to get sun every day. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Okay, thank you so much, sis, and I'm glad that she brought that in, because hence I go back to Superman, because Superman got his power also from the sun. And when his father gave him his Akashic records in his little Merkabah ship, he told him that the planet that you're going to, you will be so many times stronger because of their sun. So same concept. So yeah, anybody, I encourage you to go back and relook at that one. I'm talking about the original. The best one is the original one, the 1978 one, and then the last one that just came out was also very good, because it also is very heavily into metaphysics. And even at the beginning of the new one, they showed Superman as a melanated baby. They show it real quick. So those are the two Supermen to go back and watch, and you'll start to pick up what they're really talking about and who they're really talking about. Okay, so we did have some folks line up. So let me open up 803. 803, your line is open. Uh-oh, let me try it again. 803, your line is open. Okay, I'll wait a little bit. 803.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, 803, your line is open.
Hello, one mind, one heart, one spirit.
Greetings.
Greetings. I am a first-time caller, first-time listener. My name is Osaze. And
welcome.
Thank you. This truly has been a blessing. I'm enjoying the show. A lot of enlightened understanding or overstanding. Two questions I want to have right now is, Brother Wendell, just before you said that one person that you knew of had that Book of Enki. I was desiring that book. And I want to know the correct spelling so I can, so if anyone can give me that, then I can order that book. What's the correct spelling of Enki? I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure.
E-N-K-I.
Okay, E-N-K-I.
The Lost Book of Enki.
Lost Book of Enki.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that, my brother. And I have one other question that's not related to the show. I was on the Trust show last evening with Empress Shama Group, and I wanted to RSVP for that seminar, and she gave the information to go on to the website, Cherubim Light Keepers, and I could not find out where to reserve it on there. Could someone help me with that, or give me a number?
Okay, you need to email her to RSVP, and the email address is cherubimlightkeepers@gmail.com.
Okay, that's her email. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
thank
email
you
her
very
to
much.
RSVP. Sure thing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and this definitely will not be my last time coming on to your show.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yes, and the energy and the love. Oh my God, I've been searching, for this for a long time, and it's just the timing and the purpose for my life now, especially the prophetic mind. I'm drawn to that. I already have the Book of Enoch, and that was I was just filled with joy tonight. So y'all blessed me tremendously, everybody. So thank you very much for your labor and love. And we'll be back in touch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Rhonda, we got to give him a Walmart gift card.
I know, right? He'll know what we need shortly. And he's got some more shows under his belt. He'll know what we mean about Walmart. I can't take someone so well. I really can't.
About that.
Well, what you need Walmart? What you need for Walmart, my brother? We'll hook you up.
You'll know by next week. They'll be back on Walmart talking about what they need to get from Walmart. It's always Sis Divinity was in Walmart the other day when I called her. I'm at Walmart, sis. I said, you are already on Walmart. Now, don't worry me. So, yeah, you'll know by next week because one of them will be up in there right before we on the air getting something from Walmart.
I fit right into that. I was at Walmart an hour ago.
See what I'm saying? So you fit right in. Welcome to the family.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, well, thank you so much, brother.
Right.
I am so glad that you found us, and the feeling is mutual. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Elder Tahuti, Oracle Tahuti, man, you're a tremendous gentleman. So I'm looking forward to meeting you guys one day. So,
absolutely.
one love, one heart, one mind, one spirit.
Indeed,
yes,
brother. Peace and love. Thank you.
And I yield. Peace.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to do 256. So let's open up 256 line. 256, your line is open.
Yes, love and light. This is Amira in Alabama.
Greetings, sis.
Hey, Amira.
Hey, everybody. Elder Tahuti, Wendell. I wasn't going to chime in because it is storming here. This is our second storm of the day, and I figured I'd just lay back and listen. But since nobody chime in, I jumped in. Last week when I was at Walmart, I forgot to mention this part.
Oh, boy. Yeah, okay, Amir. Yeah, go ahead on, Amir. Y'all need Walmart stories. Go ahead on.
You try to play like you don't go to Walmart, Rhonda. Y'all stop.
I really don't. I mean, it has to be something where I'm caught in the bind where I have to go. And I definitely ain't going buying no draws. I'm not going to have them irregular draws digging in my flesh. But, okay, go ahead on, Amir.
Anyway, you need to move to a small rural town where that's the only nice store around. So then you'll appreciate Walmart.
I guess.
Oh, you will. But anyway, back to my story. Someone mentioned, was it you, Sis Rhonda, or the other sis, or Wendell? I don't know who mentioned that we're communicating with the elders. The elders communicate with us.
That was Oracle Tahuti when he broke down the 24 elders, which was very, very powerful, by the way, because I never had a complete listing of their names. So he broke down the 24 elders. So, yes, that was Oracle Tahuti.
Well, I believe the elders have been trying to get my attention for many, many years, and I just haven't been paying attention. But I noticed when I was in Walmart, I took so much fiat with me to spend. And I put my articles in the cart and went up. And when I rang it out, do you know it was exact to the penny?
That's interesting.
I don't believe that's a coincidence. I think they're trying to get my attention.
No, it's not a coincidence. And then we have to realize, too, family, that you have the 24 elders, which they have a very important duty as regards to the kingdom. But you also have the Galactic, which are some of us. So you have some that's still in what we call the heaven realm, but it's really dimensions that will communicate with us as well, because some of them are assigned to us. We may call them our guardian angels. Okay? So you just don't feel that it's the 24 elders, because remember, they're busy.
Okay.
They're busy. So it may be the Galactics that are reaching out to you, not necessarily the 24 elders, but now you can call upon them based on what you need to get done. You could call on one of the 24 elders because they have specialties that they take care of, just like you can call on your ancestors to help you as well.
Well,
okay,
anyway,
so I want to make that distinction.
Thank you so much. All through my years, I have had these, knowing that, something is getting my attention, but I've just been ignoring it. But that was a clear sign to me that, especially when I've been listening to these calls and being more aware and paying more attention. The second thing I wanted to mention is, you think I'm being paranoid? That's the question. All right, we're getting all this information on all these calls. I don't think we're the only ears that's listening. I went to the library. I was able to get out. I went to the library to copy the information for the class, and also
class workshop.
Yeah, and also to get the flyer with the live workshop information. So this particular library, they had to retrieve the documents for you. But I just had this sense about, I'm like asking, it's like, well, did it come through? No. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying to myself, I bet you this stuff is coming through and they're keeping it. So that is what I just wanted to mention, is I just got that sense that we're not the only ones that is listening to all this information, and here we come, going to our emails to download stuff, and that's a perfect way for them to get their hands on a lot of stuff that we have. I just wanted to also thank Sis Linda so much. Thank you, Sis Linda, so much, because I'm at this stage where I'm not thinking. I'm just on autopilot, and a lot of things that's obvious, it's not obvious to me anymore. So when she made that suggestion of how to catch up on the trust class, that was very, very appreciated. That's what I did. I spent 5 hours today listening to the replay call, going back over the forms, and I was able to follow it without being on the computer, like she said, and understand what Empress Sharma is presenting in the class. So I'm almost caught up. Thank you so much, Sis Linda. I appreciate it. And I was on the call with Mama Yah on Wednesday. And that brother in Iowa said, I'm in a competition with him. I'm not in competition with anybody. When I get on these, when I chime in, I know if you don't chime in as soon as they open the queue, you may not be able to get in because there's so many listeners who want to comment or ask questions. So I just go in and but I don't be in a competition with anybody. I don't think like that. And to me, this is a lot of fun. I hope nobody don't take my little sense of humor serious when I be teasing you guys about the cause and I want this and every day of the week and 3 times a day, every day. I'm only teasing, so I don't want anybody to think.
Oh, I didn't take it offensive because if my answer is no, it's no. So it's all good.
I just be teasing, and I listen to you, Rhonda, and I listen to what you're thinking about, where you want to go with your network. I already heard that months ago, what you said. So all I do is be teasing, so I don't want any listeners out there to think that I'm serious. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay.
So thank you so much for letting me chime in.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We need to help Amira out. She made a point. We got to help her out.
Go ahead, help her out.
Amira.
Yes, love of my life, Wendell.
That's not paranoia. That's you coming to the awareness that there are gatekeepers all over the place.
Very good point.
They are everywhere. All right?
That's what I figured. It's like, thank you so much. One heart, one mind, one spirit, I yield.
All right, Sis Amira. Thank you. Peace and love, sis. Very good point, Brother Wendell. They're spying all over the place. Because remember, they've been gatekeeping this information for so many years, but now they can't stop it. So me personally, I don't give a damn what they call themselves spying on. It's not going to stop anything. They may even learn a thing or two while they spying. Now go back and document and tell that. So here we go. 951. Let's see. 951. Your line is open.
Hi, Sis Rhonda, Wendell, Oracle Tahuti. This is Grace from sunny California.
Grace.
Has blessed us with beautiful weather here. I listen to the calls, but I don't really speak much on them. But like Oracle Tahuti said, and I was telling my sister yesterday, we have to listen to the calls because it's like a puzzle and we're putting the pieces together. And I love hearing all of you. You guys just blow my wig out so far, I have to run after it.
That's a good one.
Well, you know they got wigs out there at Walmart, baby.
Oh, there he goes. There's Walmart. Just got to be inserted into it.
For the low. You know, if you can't make it to Walmart, just wait till Trump come in town, so he got that old lady toupee on. It might fly off.
I love these calls. This is like the family party line, but it's also so instructional. I love you guys.
Love you.
One mind, one heart, and one spirit. Love, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. Love you.
Love you too, sis.
Love you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that was sweet. It's good hearing her sweet voice. Okay, I think this is my brother Tim. Let me open up his line. Tim.
Hey, what's happening, y'all?
What's up, Tim?
Brother, how are you?
I'm doing okay in rainy D.C.
Okay.
You know, it was kind of funny that I was on Facebook and it like everybody was saying the same thing. It was like ever since Prince died, it's been raining every day.
And it really has. We've gotten a lot of rain. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's very, people are being observant to that. I'm like, wow. Go back to like last week. You know that it was the movie called Mission to Mars with Don Cheadle.
Yes.
And I saw that movie years ago. I saw it about maybe 2 or 3 times. And the most interesting part was like when he was there, he was the only melanated guy in on the cast, and he was the only one stuck on Mars.
Right, because remember, didn't they come to rescue him, supposedly and allegedly, if I remember correctly? They came to rescue him.
Yep. And he had vegetation growing and everything. And,
yeah.
And he said they made a deal with him and all that kind of stuff. And that same face that we seen years ago about that face on Mars was that same face. But I don't think they showed it to you from the top, but they showed it to you. You saw it from the side, I think, if I can recollect that. Right. And they all went inside, and that being showed them how Earth became as it was. And you heard the guy say they seeded Earth. And I'm like, well, wow, yeah. So that was very interesting movie there. I listened to what you said about Mars and the other planets, and I'm telling you, for so many years, this is just me saying this, and I don't know if anyone else can agree with this, but I think there's life on all of these other planets. If there are other planets or whatever, how many they are, because I'm seeing a pattern. It's like every so often they found another planet. I'm like, okay, if we're supposed to have so-called 9 planets, where are these other planets, and what kind of technology are you using to find other planets millions and millions of light years away? So I'm like, okay, somebody's up to something. It's like they're saying something without telling you something.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to see if I can keep a little track on what they're doing, because you ain't gonna just sit there like, oh, look what I found.
Exactly. Because how would they even know where to look? So we know that they know, but and we're getting feedback, brother, so you're going to have to mute something. I'm not sure. Yeah, because I'm hearing the echo. But anyhow, we know that they know, and specifically the way Dr. York and probably Brother Wendell can verify too, out of Stitch's work, how they broke down the different galaxies. And the information that they're starting to put out today is what came out of either Stitch's work or the tablets or the Terra Papers.
Yeah, there's a merging of galaxies. That's what's taking place. That's why so much is being revealed and seen.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Brother Tim, I put you on mute, so I'm going to open you back up, but you have a lot of feedback coming from your line.
Well, I'm about to check this computer out. I don't know why I was getting this feedback, because I don't have anything running, so I don't know.
Yeah, but if you have us on speaker, it will do that.
Yeah, I'm using the my laptop. So that's because I never done that before. I think when I used to call before, I never got that feedback, so I don't know. But I'm gonna say I want to run one thing through before I go, because I know I don't want this feedback to keep going. But yesterday was Minister Farrakhan's birthday, so I wanted to kind of, and I think I mentioned to y'all that he was one of the people who opened my eyes when we talk about the bankers back in '95. And I have the book that he was reading from called None Dare Call a Conspiracy. And I had a piece on here. Hopefully, if I can read it right quick. I don't want to read a whole bunch of it. But when he was reading from the Savior's Day '95, this is one of the pieces that he was reading from that he was talking about the international banking financiers and I you know, when I found out how devious and how evil these people were, it's like it really changed my whole perspective on this. And I know that we always, you know, talk about the fiat and we talk about the economy. You talking about it in the early part of your show when you're reading the daily news, so I'm quite sure we're all familiar with these guys. And on the part here it says, like a business, no government can borrow big money unless willing to surrender to the creditor some measure of sovereignty as collateral. Certainly, international bankers who have loaned hundreds of billions of dollars to governments around the world command considerable influence in the policies of such governments. But the ultimate advantage the creditor has over the king or president is that if the ruler gets out of line, the banker can finance his enemy or rival. Therefore, if you want to stay in the lucrative king financing business, it is wise to have an enemy or rival waiting in the wings to unseat every king or president to whom you lend. If the king doesn't have an enemy, you must create one. And that's just one of the passages out of the book. And I'm like, these people, man, are evil.
And
you know what I mean?
Exactly. And if you ever read the story of Economic Hitman, he also talks about that. I can't think of the author's name right now. Yeah, I know you know who I'm talking about because I haven't read the book. It's on my list. But he talks of that. But the important key, and we talked about that earlier in the news, is that anytime you have debt, you're not sovereign. And that passage just tells you that they're financing their debt via sovereignty.
I think the guy name was John Perkins.
Yep, Linda just texted me. Yep, John Perkins. Yep.
Yeah, because I learned about that through Santos Bonacci. I don't know if you heard of him. He used to have a show.
Oh, yeah, he's tight.
And they used to talk about these economic hitmen where they would go to certain leaders or kings and try to coerce them into getting into debt. And if they decline, then they would like use maybe to like a terrorist hit or something kind of to kind of persuade them. And I think the last resort would be like war or something.
Right.
And so just kind of like what they did to Gaddafi.
Gaddafi, right. That's right out of the playbook of an economic hitman. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I tell people, you know, and people like try to say like Gaddafi was this. I said, look, y'all don't know. I said Gaddafi didn't do all that stuff. What they say. I said Gaddafi was trying to liberate countries in Africa by getting them out of the pockets of the bankers. But I said what they did, they ran that story on TV and got you to side with them through propaganda.
Through propaganda,
the average American people did not know anything about Gaddafi. Only thing you went off of, oh, he's a bad man, get rid of him. And once they ran that story for about 2 or 3 weeks, all of a sudden now it's become programmed in your mind. Yeah, this guy got to go. That same playbook is in the Committee of 300. They talked about that same playbook. And so you know, so that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of I've got to go back and read this again because and highlight certain key points in it because they talk about the creation of the Federal Reserve and everything. And I'm listening to how they giving President Obama all this credit for turning the economy around. I'm telling people like, the president doesn't control the economy. The Federal Reserve controls the economy.
Around?
Yeah.
Ain't nothing turned around.
I said, it's all smoke and mirrors. They run the John Con game on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I just figured I'd call and give my little 2 cents. I'm always listen to the show. I always enjoy talking to y'all. Got the Playboy Wendell over there sitting back in the cut.
Ain't he in the cut? A hot mess.
And Oracle.
Brother
Tim. Yeah.
To show you how devious these people really are.
Uh-huh.
For what I studied, I wish I had my computer that got lifted, but the bankers had a hand in creating the house code. That's why it also they had a hand in creating the rules of war on land.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the house codes are supposed to be off limits in a war. They kidnap you when you was a baby. Then if you go to war and you have to go to the hospital, you got to pay them.
Right. Where's that bomb sound at, Ron?
And it's set up to make sure that you are your DNA and RNA gets taken and categorized, as well as to send you on your way into slavery via that birth certificate.
Yeah, that's part of the kidnapping.
Yeah. It's kind of like when they say you're born into sin, you're born into slavery, and slavery is a sin.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And they get it, they trap us like with that birth certificate and the Social Security card.
Yep. Indeed.
Yeah. So wow. But I yield. I know y'all got some more calls. It's always good to hear from y'all. Peace and love to everybody.
Okay, my dear. Peace and love, brother.
All right now.
Okay. Okay, family. Let me go to the next caller. I'm hoping y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't showing on the board as being heard. Okay, so let me do 323. 323, your line is open.
Greetings. This is Sister Star from Los Angeles.
Yeah, greetings, love it.
Greetings. I'm so excited to be back on the call. And I'm unapologetically melanated. And I'm just thinking about just the different things that I've been through just from a little girl, and just all the different visions and experiences that I've had in my life, and then how being raised up in different religions and being told not to explore different things because it's evil and things like that. So I was glad when I actually came to California first, because I got into metaphysics, and I said, wow, okay, like really taking it to another level from the things that I had learned. And then being a part of your call, I'm learning even more. So it's a beautiful thing. And I know that, like the sister earlier was talking about messages, and there's the elders, I always say the ancestors, because I even have my grandfather, my father who has transitioned, they come to me and tell me things in my dreams a lot. And I listen to that.
Grandma and them used to say you had a visit.
Absolutely.
Yes. And so, and then, how we have been taught so many lies, and then we've been taught backwards things, so that's why they get afraid and say, you shouldn't be dreaming those dreams and thinking those thoughts and things like that, but it's just like, that's just a trick to keep us uninformed and illiterate. So yep. I'm just very thankful, and I wanted to say, I don't know if anyone had noticed about that news in Japan, the tons of dead fish that surface. It's just being in different places all over and all over. Dead sea animals, creatures, mammals coming up, and it's just like baffling, the people of the lands of what is really going on. Why all of a sudden, all these different species are coming up just dead. That's one thing, and I wanted to say that I think I told you I'm a designer, and when you keep talking about the Galactic, and then I remember I've always get in competitions and compete, and they would say, "You're a designer." I said, "I'm a galactic designer." Right. But that was like years ago. But that's just what I said. And I said I was really tapping in to myself. Through myself and to myself, but I just need to come and seek for the truth and seek for more understanding of what it is that the ancestors are getting me to go to. So I'm just awakened. I'm just glad of that. And I wanted to ask a question, but first I wanted to know if anyone was aware about President Obama less than a week ago signing himself, like relinquishing his duties. And does anybody know exactly what that means? And that was done like this month, like less than a week ago. That happened. And I just wanted to know, is Donald Trump an alien?
Now that I don't know, but we call him wig cocked to the side, Ole Toupee. On this show.
He doesn't really have features. His face is all kind of melts all into his hair and everything just red.
He looks a hot-ass mess. Now, he could be a clone because a lot of these folks, have been cloned, and matter of fact, the clones they must be running out of resources because they clones looking raggedy as hell. So they haven't been able to.
You crazy.
They are. They looking raggedy as hell. So the frequency must really be rising, and these clones are burning out faster. So I don't know if he's an alien, a clone, or whatever, but he looks a hot-ass mess. That I do. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I disagree. It's just something just really off and unbalanced about him, and I just wouldn't even be surprised that he would just like end up looking like the robot from what was that? Will Smith, that old show, Lost in Space.
Oh, Lost in Space. Yeah.
Like getting short-circuited and just, the hair start flipping up and just got
spinning around.
Spinning around and waving his arms and just being just crazy.
Agreed.
I wouldn't be shocked. But I also wanted to say I'm just very glad that they shut down George Zimmerman, who wanted to auction the gun that he killed Trayvon Martin with, saying, do people want to buy a piece of U.S. history?
Right. Now let's talk about that real quick, because I have to say, and I have to give credit where credit is due, the sister that has her own network that I definitely patterned myself after, with that concept of having a media network that covers spirituality and metaphysics, Don Nicoleone, that is actually how I even got introduced with her show, because she early out the gate said it was a psyops. So meaning it was controlled, and the reason they kept doing stuff like that specifically because they knew the melanated people were coming back into power.
Yes.
So they had to pull out of the same playbook the shit they've been pulling.
There it is.
For centuries to try to keep you on that vibratory rate.
Yes.
About racism, and so that's why they drag Zimmerman's ass out every time major things, pay close attention to what I'm saying, major things that the general public does not know about, they gonna bring Raglass Zimmerman out of the closet over some bullshit.
Yep.
It's a psyop.
Keep all upset. Yeah.
It's a psyop. To incite race riots. So now here's my message to him. You so MF bad, take that shit to the hood. Go auction it to the hood. Otherwise, I'm not trying to hear none of that crap they're talking. It's a psyop. They plant those stories in the media to get the energy reaction out of the people that they want, because that keeps the focus off of what is really going on behind the scenes.
Right.
And they just cannot seem to get it. It's not happening.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So you're going to see them dig stuff like that up, just like wig cocked to the side, Ole Touffet. That is why he is running, to keep the people distracted. It is distraction.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
So I'll come off of that soapbox, but yeah, that's why I never discussed that Zimmerman crap. As soon as I learned early out the gate what they were doing, and you can go on YouTube, and people have done excellent analysis of it, where you could see that it's a psyops, where it's fake. Then you kept having one after the other, these melanated killings, these melanated shootings, and you see a pattern behind it. They're psyops.
I mean, bam, 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 one after the other.
Well, we have to, the people who are awake have to keep waking up the other people that are still asleep.
Yep. And we're getting there. It may not seem like it, but we're definitely getting there, because what they want are the riots to continue like it happened in Ferguson, because they draw energy off of that.
Yeah.
They're energy vampires, and then it still keeps you distracted off of really what's going on, not only from a spiritual perspective, because they're drawing energy off of you, but from the physical perspective, because they're trying to take your goddamn wealth.
There you go. Keep you in a low vibration. Keep you distracted.
Right.
That is why they keep doing what they're doing.
Well, I'm from 15 minutes from Ferguson. So that's always happened all my life. It's always been racist and redneck. They try to keep the black people down and always were killing. I had friends that were paralyzed and killed for over and over and over for years by the police, but that was back when we didn't have cell phones and media to just people who can catch things and see it and put it out there. So it's a vicious circle. And that cycle has always happened, and it is now because they know their time is over.
Absolutely. And if we keep continuing to play into the same script, and I'm going to say the same raglass script that they put before us, what sense do that make?
Don't get
it doesn't make any sense to keep playing into the same script. They know exactly what they're doing. It's a science behind it. And it's to keep you at that same low vibrational rate to not see what is really going on, to see with your third eye.
There you go.
Yeah.
And those days are over, because it's enough of us already awake saying, okay, yeah, all right, go ahead on with that little bullshit that you're talking. Because I'm over here, right here, while you with that bullshit, I'm over here doing this, doing the real stuff that needs to be done.
You can take me off my square.
Exactly. So real quick, Sis Linda texted me and said, in regards to prayers, whitehouse.gov, executive order, President Transition Plan, May 6, 2016. She says every president does it in October. This is a sign of republic. So I'm not sure if she's saying that he's doing it a little earlier than anybody else. I'm not sure, but that is the reason behind it, and you can go to whitehouse.gov to get the details on that.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, not October.
You remember that article that came out about him had already been resigned, and they're just waiting for a public announcement?
Yeah, and that was what, last year sometime, right?
Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, so that's what she said to us isn't new, because we heard that last year.
For the sister to ask the question, if you pay attention when they're talking about it, every now and then they'll let it slip and they'll say spokesperson.
Sure will. Okay, Brother Wendell, I thought it was just me. I said, Rhonda, you must be hearing things. Did they just say spokesperson?
But he travels. He's been traveling a whole lot. He's hardly ever in the White House.
Yeah, because he don't have nothing to do.
They got him going around the world begging.
He might as well travel.
That's right, begging.
As long as he can, because he ain't got nothing else to do.
Well, I figure it's got something to do with the RV.
Oh, it has everything to do with the RV, and that's why I say, while they gonna drag the Zimmerman bullshit out, we know what's really going on. They have no monetary system to work with, none. They have no control on starting up a new one, none of that bullshit. But they ain't gonna come out and talk about that. That's what the distraction is about.
Yeah, and as far as an executive order, he don't have any executive power.
No. Now I want Empress Shama joined us. I had unmuted her, so I was giving Sis a chance to get in her question. So Empress, you can certainly join the panel, beloved. It's nice to have you join us.
Absolutely.
Love and light, everyone.
Greetings, Empress.
Did you get your drawers, Wendell?
See, I was going to leave that alone. But let me show y'all something. Ron.
Oh, mercy.
Look here. I went to the post office the other day. I said, oh, man, I got my drawers. I get the thing to the house. They ain't right size, man. I said, well, hell. I just want to start talking to my grandson. Gee, I got some drawers, boy. You got to wait a little while to go into them, but they're too low for me.
You guys
don't camouflage drawers.
And you camouflage too. I got this camouflage, boy. You got to go into him, though, because Papa, he can't wear them.
I can't with y'all. I knew it was coming up. One of the new callers didn't know what we meant about Walmart. I told him wait till the next call. He didn't know. And right on schedule, y'all brought up Walmart in the
Wendell, I knew I was getting the wrong size. I want you to pass the love on now. That's all I want you to do.
Yeah. I already know what to do with her. You got your draw, boy, some camouflage. Just like Papa. You just got to grow into them, that's all.
That is so funny.
I know you think them draws ain't coming, but them draws coming in express mail.
Now that
y'all so crazy, man. It's all the same.
I tell you, I be trying to be good, and I said, well, I'm not going to use this show 30 minutes in. I had to start back up. I tell you.
Yeah. Well, I had to get that in, but on the real tip, I'm glad to just join in and listen tonight. I have, this journey is something to experience and to sit back and listen to all the stuff that I don't have time to look at. You know, I always depend on getting the news from Rhonda, and it's a good feeling that I don't have to try to find a way to get in all what's going on. I went down to the lobby this morning, and of course they have the news on, and they have it so loud you can't help but to overhear the drama. And but you know, most of the time I don't even watch TV because I have to reserve my energies in my brain to things that's going to matter for the people.
Right.
I wanted to just piggyback off of what you said in regards to you know, the White House, and they done out. As you was talking, I was thinking, okay, what it is that ship is sinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're right. They're going to take down as many people as they can because, you know, they in the business, the United States Court, the White House, all that up in Washington, D.C. is designed to take energies from us. And their only line of business is fear.
Yep.
If you that's their. I mean, everybody have a theme for their business, or they have a mission and a vision, and so they cannot survive without the people's fear and their energies feeding into that across the land. So anything that has to do with fear, they know that fear would make people act up, go buy stuff, do things without thought, or based on misinformation. And if you are out there using your energy based on misinformation, then you're doomed anyway. Okay? So just know that they hold TV, the news, all the TV shows and the music, all that is formulated from them. They're the cabal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Bring it.
CABAL is different from the real true Kabbalah, which is with a KAM, and please forgive me because I don't know how to finish spelling it because it's been a while since I looked at that. But you have to know the difference between the two. And they're close. They sound alike, but they're different, just like your all caps name and your up and lowercase name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But these people are in the business to keep war and fear. That's what they into. Anything else, they can't function.
That is correct.
So if they're drawing your energies by keeping the war and fear in you, they'll line their pockets up based on your reaction to what they're putting out there. So just remember, they own the TV, they own the news, they own all of that.
Yep.
So you got to cut the TV off and know that you going into resources that give you the real news without promoting fear in you. It promotes awareness.
Right.
That's all you have to be is aware. You don't have to react and respond. Just be aware.
Yep.
I yield.
Great, Empress. And thank you, sis, from Cali. I appreciate all of your comments. That was great, and thanks for coming back. I'm going to open up 501. Let me go to 501. 501, your line is open.
Hi, how y'all doing today? Can you hear me?
Yes, beloved, we can hear you.
First thing, I just wanted to make a comment. I've been sitting outside for about, first of all, this is Faye from Little Rock, Arkansas. But I've been sitting outside for about an hour. There's been a lot of activity going on out here. I just seen about 30 minutes ago something flash across the sky, and then I turned around and it looked like a big, bright star, and it was just shining. I was like, my God, this star is big. And it shone, and then it kind of faded out. I was like, what was that? You know, the moon, I don't know what this thing is, but it ain't looking like the moon, but it's looking like the moon. But anyway.
Showing up in a different position every night. Yeah.
It's just a different look. I'm staring at it now, and it's like a blue light shining from it. To me.
Wow.
You know, it's shining blue. But anyway, I wanted to make this statement. Like I stated before, I'm from Little Rock, live in Little Rock, Arkansas. And I'm putting this on the airway because I'm asking Father to send a friend. And the reason I say that is because I have friends, and I have friends that love me. I have family members that love me. But trust and believe, they're not interested in nothing what you talking about. Nothing what I'm trying to research for myself and trying to understand for myself. They ain't trying to hear that. They are happy slaves. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that they're more than what we think we are. They don't want to hear it because Jesus is the reason. And period.
Right.
And don't say nothing but Jesus is the reason.
Right.
And I just want to put that on the airway, you know. I kind of started sitting here and I was crying a little bit, and I was like, Father, you know, I don't have anybody to talk to. You know, when I woke up, it was a strange experience. I used to watch Boston Legal every morning while I got ready for work. And it was this one episode, Adam, it was a big case, and Adam, he knew he was going to lose. And I forgot the owner's name because I stopped watching the show right after that. The little fat guy who played on Star Trek. But anyway, he had told Adam, he said, what you're going to have to do is make right wrong and wrong right. And I stopped in my track. I said, you know what? They done turned this whole world upside down. And it just came out of my mouth. And that's like 4 years ago, and I started on this search. And I was talking to one of my people at work, and I was telling her, you know, she's an ordained minister. And I was like, it's something about this Bible. I done read this Bible all my life. Okay. I done read this Bible. not carried it around, not just highlighted it. I was forced to read the Bible. We had Bible study in the home. I said, I don't know what this is, but it's just everything. It's like a fall. Everything that I heard started rushing in on me. Everything that I have ever read, it's just, I don't even know how to explain it. It was like, wait a minute, what is this? I started remembering things that I heard as a child. I started remembering stories, you know, even from Greek mythology or whatever. And I was like, something is not right. I started going back and reading, you know, some of the information I read as a child. And I was like, hold on. This is the same stuff that's in this Bible. And I know I'm not crazy. I mean, I literally started going to a psychiatrist and all of it because I really thought I was going crazy. Yeah. I really thought that there was something wrong with me and why no one was understanding what I was saying. So the reason I, wanted to say I wanted to be in the ethers, in the airways, I'm asking the Father to send me a friend, someone I can talk to, someone who can help me study, someone I can discuss one-on-one this information. Because my friends and my family members, they don't, I'm not going to say they don't care, but they hadn't had that experience to where they're questioning things that they've learned. And I went through it and thought I was going completely bonkers and crazy. And I just told Father tonight. Now the moon looks real, real small, but anyway, I told the Father tonight, I'm just tired and I'm lonely. I really am, and I want to know, but it's so overwhelming. And I just want to put that in the airway.
Right. Well, all I can say from my experience is when you start to what we call wake up and come into your consciousness, what you are really doing is you are unlocking, and I don't know how long you were on, but we talked about midway through the show, your Akashic records, which are already inside of you, encoded. So all of the answers are already inside of you. So when you start to wake up, it is a overwhelming feeling because you're taken back like, wow, you literally, I know for me, I felt like Neo in the movie The Matrix when he saw, when Morpheus, by the way, was showing him what the reality really is, and he was really showing him the different dimensions or the different vibrations, that he was freaked out. So that's what you are experiencing because you are coming into the knowledge of self. And a part of that knowledge of self is being able to look through this false matrix reality and see it for what it is with your third eye. All of that stuff was already encoded within you. So yeah, of course, when you wake up out of the matrix and you look around and everybody's still asleep, it can be a lonely feeling. But what I can say to you from just what I experienced, I just kept on. I kept studying. I kept growing. I kept going within. I kept meditating, and it became easier. And then that's when the light within you starts growing, and then you're going to attract other lights in your life. You're going to get those people in your circle that are on that same vibratory frequency. Because, beloved, you can't expect the universe, the ancestors to send someone that is on a lower vibratory frequency as yourself. That it doesn't work that way. That's against nature. That's against science. So right now, it may feel like that you're lonely, But this may be the time that you need to be alone to keep going within.
There you go.
But once you keep going within, you keep getting stronger, then you're going to automatically attract who you're supposed to attract in your circle. Trust me, been there, done that.
Absolutely. Amen. May I inject this?
Absolutely, beloved, absolutely.
Okay, and beloved, be prepared, at least for myself. You can look forward to maybe losing some of your family members or even a best friend. I've lost them all because they look at you like you're losing your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like Sis Rhonda said, this is the road that you can get prepared to travel alone. For whatever reason, you have to do it alone. I know I did. And then you finally come into that circle of people who think like you, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
So,
you're on the right path.
Mm-hmm.
That's the good
Absolutely.
news.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Absolutely, Brother Wendell.
Sister, you got to understand or overstand or understand, however you want to say that word. You are in the midst of a spiritual journey. You are among friends right now.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
That's what I have said.
So you're not alone. It may appear that you are alone, but you're not alone. And there's nothing you can do about your friends and family and all those people. Love them anyway. But at the end of the day, do what you got to do for you, because they definitely ain't gonna try to help.
That's right.
Indeed. Indeed, beloved. So you just keep doing what you're doing. Did that help or confuse the situation more? Or?
No, I understand that, and I know that, and I appreciate you all, but, it's been hard, it really has been hard in Little Rock, Arkansas. It's been very, very hard, and it's been difficult.
It's like that. It's like that everywhere.
It really is.
But see, the beautiful thing about that whole process is, in the end, it's going to work out for you, because guess what? You learned to stand on your own.
Mm-hmm. And you're the light shining in little old Little Rock, Arkansas. How about that?
How about that? Yes, how about that?
That the people that when they finally get a glimpse to wake up, that light going to shine out of that darkness.
That's it.
So now take this time to prepare to get yourself stronger, because they're going to need you. And especially that same family members. Trust and believe.
And they will be coming running.
They will be running. You better believe it. You better believe it.
Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Indeed, beloved. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Okay, we have 850. Let's see, 850. 850, your line is open.
Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
Greetings, beloved.
Greetings, everyone. This is the Rook. I was calling in. I just want to make a quick comment on some of the things that the callers were saying. First, I want to start out by saying thank you, Brother Wendell. You took the words right out of my mouth by telling the sister that, she got family right here, because we all are experiencing that at some point in time, where we the only ones that are around that know the stuff that we know and don't know why we know what we know. But, we know the Spirit has been working on us. I want to try to make it short as possible, but I just want to make some comments about some of the things we've been talking about. The majority of this stuff has been in the movies. You just got to know how to look at these movies and depict them. Like you were saying about The Matrix, Morpheus, Tank and Dozier, were the melanated brothers inside the movie, and they were the only ones that actually been to the Zion, the place that everyone was looking for. So that's another thing. They help you out on that. What the sister was just saying about her being the only one. I was watching a cartoon with my kids the other day called The Guardian, and the Guardians were basically like Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, and Easter Bunny, and all of these different people supposed to be guardians over the children. And everyone was losing faith in what was supposed to be the guardians because no one believed anymore. But it was only one child left, and that was the light that was still shining on the mount to give everyone hope.
I remember that cartoon. Yeah.
That's how they triumphed in the movie. That one child that believed. I got my little man waking up, y'all. So I'm gonna try to work this and him at the same time.
That's cute.
That is cute.
I want to share a couple more movies.
Okay, now you come on, get to your point now, because little man got something to be tended to.
My wife just got out the bathtub and she just grabbed when the spirit works, the spirit gonna work for us now. So we can handle what we gotta handle. Let me get this out. Fear. What Empress Shoma was talking about, and another sister came on. She was talking about going through trials and tribulations with the fear, with people instilling in her that, don't do that, that's the devil, don't do that. That was in the movie The Water Boy, when Bobby Boucher, the character, was everything he was trying to do, his mom was stopping him. Oh, that's the devil. You don't want to do that, son. That's the devil. And fear is false evidence appearing real. That's one of the main things that he instilled in us to keep us from the truth. The movie, is it another movie? No, I think that was it with the movies. I wanted to comment on what Sister Linda said about the sun. I was taught that if you can step outside between like 9:30 to I want to say 11, right before it gets to its peak, there's a lot of vitamin D going on in there. I would use it sometimes in the morning, go out and stare at the sun, and it hurt for a while. First couple of days it hurt, but I got to the point where I can just look right up at the sun and enjoy the colors. So that if that'll help anyone, I wanted to also say about what Empress Shoma was talking about that TV. Y'all got to stay out of that TV, and mainly it's not just TV. It's this whole subject matter of entertainment. Entertainment. Let's just break it down real quick in 3 words. Now, I just wanted to break entertainment down real quick for some of the people that's new callers and don't really know what we're talking about. 3 parts of entertainment: entertain, and then enter, to enter into, change, to control. Meant, you really haven't done nothing without an accomplishment, or if you haven't meant to do it, there's nothing accomplished behind it. So what they're doing is trying to enter into our mind and control us through the things that we're seeing and the things we're doing. So a lot of times when I'm not sure if I broke it down on this call about when another brother was talking about the Super Bowl and how, we don't know what was going on outside of everybody being stuck on the Super Bowl, and that was the 3rd most televised show in the history of television. And while we was all watching the Super Bowl, we don't know what laws and things could have been passed.
That's right.
That's normally what they're doing when they having certain games and certain entertainments where they draw masses of people. They got something else going on down the line with it. Conducting their business and their commerce with the laws and things. And when we come from up under the entertainment, we stuck right back into this matrix world that she was talking about in the movie. We stuck with the blue pill, not knowing what's going on, not just being a puppet to what's going on. Walt Disney was one of their greatest persons that coined the term amusement park, making big places where we can come and just where we can take the parents, take the children, and everybody just go play. Just go play. Don't worry about what's going on in life. Don't worry about your bills. Just go over here and go play. And another thing about the entertainment was the Colosseums. The Colosseums was built in Rome, and the Colosseums was some of the elite powers of showing that they can get the masses to come in here and who can get the most of the masses to come to their events. And that's what's going on right now. They got all these Colosseums for basketball, football, baseball, whatever you name. We piling up in them, and they're commerce in real life and things going on outside of that. So I just wanted to elaborate on some of those things real quick. I love y'all. It was another sister talking about galactic energy. Another way I started breaking down the Bible was some of the different names, like Genesis, the Gene, Isis, and I've always felt like Galatians was galactic nations for some reason. I don't know why I keep feeling that.
Wow.
But if y'all can just go in and break some of that stuff down, because this English language is one of the craziest languages they could have gave us. But it's
bastardized language.
Yes, it's all. If you learn how to go into these words and break them down, you'll understand what they're doing to us. So, I yield on that. I love y'all. Thank y'all for having these calls, man, and not just for the Monday and Wednesday. Y'all got these extra calls going because I have something to do now. I have more hope, and I learn more as I listen to y'all. So thank y'all for that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Peace and love. Thank you for that breakdown. And, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, brother. Thanks so much. And, I'm glad he broke down the etymology of the word entertainment. So enter and contain your mental. That is the etymology breakdown of entertainment. The Super Bowl is nothing but, yes, it is a big commerce grab, but it's also a huge energy grab. It is rituals.
All wrapped up in a nice big bowl. Everybody all under the one dome.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Every Super Bowl, you can go out on YouTube, and people have done a wonderful, excellent job breaking down all of the ritualistic events in there. Same thing that they did back in Roman times with the Colosseum. It was nothing but to cipher the energy off of folks and to do rituals. That's all it was. So very, very good, brother. So we have two more callers. We're going to go to 404. Okay. 404, your line is open.
Yes, greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, beloved. Greetings.
Yes, greetings. I'm a first-time caller, and actually I'm a first-time listener. Actually, and I'm really very, very happy and very pleased that I found some people who are vibrating on my level.
Wow!
Today I left.
Welcome,
today I left work at 4. I was so depressed and feeling really bad because I had been dealing with some of our people who are just talking loud and saying nothing, and going in circles and circles and circles over and over. I listen sometimes to the Negro talk shows here in Atlanta, and just notice how easily they are swayed in the direction of nonsense and distraction.
Yes.
But the reason why I called tonight was because of the president's executive order. However, I have been beat to the punch, and people have already explained it, but I just want to take it a step further. Just to say that the executive order was actually the beginning of NASARA, the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. You are aware of that, aren't you?
Which executive order?
The executive order that was signed by President Obama on May 5th.
Interesting.
Where he handed over the government, as they do generally in October.
Yes, that's what Sis Linda was saying.
And he is handing it over sooner. And that is because of NASARA, the National Economic Security and Reformations Act, which is actually a very long road to sovereignty in this country and returning to the Republic. Okay? Now, he has actually turned the government over to General Dunford, who is the interim president of the Republic.
Now, I don't know all about this, sis. Now, this is just Rhonda's lowly 2 cents, because I follow that. To me, they have holes in their stories.
There's all kinds of holes.
I don't know if that's necessarily true about Dunford or whomever allegedly having power, but I do, however, certainly agree with that. It is definitely a change of power going into play, and what we call the reset.
It's the reset, and I did understand and hear that you talked about that, because we have to go on the gold standard because the rest of the world has left the United States behind.
Yep.
As the whole world is on the gold standard, except for the United States. We are the only ones using fiat money.
Yep.
And they
I wanted to clear that up. Now, United States is Washington, D.C. That's not us.
Well, I understand that. The death of the corporation is already upon us, and that is why the so-called republic has come into being. That means several things, and to us, the Moors who understand the beginning in 1772. You see, that's another story. I don't want to get into that now, because that's a whole nother story, take another hour to talk about. And I just wanted to clarify, I only chimed in tonight because, first of all, I was very happy to hear some people talking on the level that I understand, and who can vibrate on that level and understand that all these distractions out here is all about keeping us from understanding that we are at home and that this is our land. Okay? Now, outside of all of that, there is an economic research, reset, the RVs that people like to talk about. The RV, you talk about it all the time. And that is because the gold standard has been put into place by China. They are no longer setting the price of gold in Europe. It is being set in China. There is a new replacement for the Federal Reserve. There's a new replacement for the IMF. It's called the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. There is money to displace the petrodollar. The petrodollar is no good. Okay. Now, if you want to hear the president actually say all this in code, you can look at the presentation he had. What was that called? It was a banquet for the White House press corps, where he did announce the end of the republic. And he said it in such a way that if you did not know what was happening, it would all go over your head, you know. And he dropped some jewels in a very comedic way, and I was very proud of the way he did it. But he dropped the jewels, and it was the White House press corps party, and you can find it on, it was called, that website, well, you just White House press corps party a couple of days ago, 3 or 4 days ago. And I found it at geopolitics.co, not C-O-M. C-O-M will take you to a bootleg website. But geopolitics.co, and you will find that whole press conference there. But he dropped some gems. But my only reason for chiming in tonight is because I was very happy to find you. A friend of mine called me around 8 o'clock and gave me your number, and I did chime in around 9 because I had something else to do. And I'm very happy to get to know you, because I do understand that the people who are on this call really know what's going on. I just wanted to drop this on you as far as generally when the president signs the executive order for the transition of government, that means within 3 months that transition will go forward, which means that by August 5th, which, by the way, it just occurred to me that's also the date of Hiroshima, the bombing of Hiroshima in 1945. But nevertheless, by that time, there should be a transition to the so-called Republic of 1776. Or actually 1779, when George Washington came in after the 8 Moorish presidents were there. Okay, who were actually the first presidents. And so I just wanted to let you know that there should be within 3 months, we should see the RV. Because there has been, because the president did sign that executive order for the smooth transition of the government over to the republic. And he dropped it. I mean, it was just clear. If you knew. If you didn't know, it went over your head. Okay? But in that, and I must commend him for the way he did that. It was everything that he did, including saying that you might have heard that someone jumped the fence the other night. Don't worry about it, but the Secret Service went and got Michelle and brought her back. Well, that was a comedic, that was the funny way of saying that, hey, we had to shut the White House down for the signing of the executive order for the transition of the government. Okay?
And I
just wanted
to shut it down
because
they got put out. I look at it as they had to shut it down because they got put out. Because
who got put out?
They got evicted. That is not their land that they are sitting on. So I took it in
well, yes. We understand whose land it is.
Absolutely.
We Noble Drew Ali laid that down in 1928. So we already know 1929 actually because the stock market crashed shortly thereafter. No, it was 1928 when he put those documents in. We do know the truth. But why I was depressed and left work today is because we are not standing up together to claim what's ours. And it depresses me. It makes me very sad because when you join into the people who understand, like this group, which I just discovered this evening, we'll mention it because we know it, but somehow we cannot bring ourselves around to coming together to claim it.
Well, sis, I suggest, because this is your first call, so I suggest that you stick with this call because we are claiming it. And specifically, Empress Shama, who is on, I'm going to turn it over to her because she is literally teaching the people a workshop series on how to operate in public and private trust. And that is all about stepping up and taking things back. So believe you me, this group, we are doing it. So with that, Empress, if you're still on the line, I think I see you. If you want to give a high-level overview of that particular series.
Yes. Greetings. What's your name again?
I'm Miss Mary.
Okay, Miss Mary. I'm Empress Shama, and just to let you know, there are a lot of us who are aware that this is our land, but I want to make it perfectly clear that when you're talking about land, you're talking about yourself. Nobody owns the land on this earth, nothing but the Creator.
Exactly.
Okay? The Creator allowed us to be here to be caretakers, trustees of the earth.
Yes.
So when
it's very clear. I understand that. Yes.
Okay. So being that you understand that, so then I want to let you know why we're here. There is a certain manner that we're supposed to operate under. And we're supposed to be operating under a trust that was created from the beginning of time, and the laws that was created for us to function under. Right now, we've been functioning under what we call Babylon laws, which is under codes and statutes and ordinance. That's not the way that we were supposed to be operating under. We're supposed to be under the trust. And our first trust was our estate once we came out of our mother's womb. So once we came out of our mother's womb, they decided to take over the land, which was us, and the wealth, which was us, which is our energies and anything that our hands create. Those are ours, and that was our creation. So anything that our signature is on, we're supposed to benefit from those transactions. And, of course, everything is about trust and contract and private and public and private.
I do understand all of that. The Babylonian laws that...
So what I encourage you to do is that I have on the 2nd and the 4th Tuesday of each month, the whole calls are about trust and constitution and how to operate in the public and the private, and to teach you a wealth of other things that you need to know to go along with how to operate in trust. And so I wanted just to kind of give you the overview of what it is that I do for our people. So I'm going to give you the phone number to call in, and if you would email me your email address, I can get you everything that you need to have, plus the calls of the information so that you can play catch up, because I'm going into another segment, another part of how to operate with that trust, and I want you to be caught up by the time we come back into session again, okay? So just let me know when.
It looks like she dropped off, and I didn't see her come back on, but still, I would love for you to still give out the information to anybody else that's not following along and studying on that series can get it. But that particular sister, I saw her drop off the board.
Okay. For everyone else who is new on the call, and we've been, again, I've been hosting a call every second and fourth Tuesday of the month. It is strictly for big girls and big boys to be ready to, nobody's going to save you. You got to be ready to have all the equipment to save yourself. Mm-hmm. And if you're waiting for somebody to come to save you because you signed a piece of paper and you decide you're going to join something, well, nobody can save you.
Right.
But I can give you the tools. That's right. I can give you the tools and give you everything that I've got in order to function, to be able to save yourself, okay? So let me give you the call-in number, and if you would also email me at cherubimlightkeepers@gmail.com, and I'll spell that for you. That's CHERB. Okay, let me start over. CHERUBIM, like in Mary, Lightkeepers, LIGHTKEEPERS @gmail.com. And I'll repeat that one more time. That's CHERUB, like in boy. I got distracted. Yeah. I am, like in Mary, Lightkeepers @gmail.com. I just got a text to come in, and so that distracted me.
Okay.
And if you would email me, then I can email you all the calls, all the material in which I'm referencing, and the call-in numbers, and all the information in regards to the schedule in which that is. So the call-in number is 641-715-3865, and the participant code is 619955. Okay, if you want to listen to the playback for this week only, because it only will last for a week, and then I don't know what happens after that, Rhonda. So
we record over it, and we're going to get together where we can get all of those links, and we'll get a site up. But in the meantime, we'll get the links, and we'll get them up on the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page so folks can get caught up, because they are always saved. So we'll make sure we get that, Empress, so folks can get caught up on class.
Okay, and then we having the workshop for those who are coming next Saturday in regards to learning how to do estate planning, which involves your birth certificate estate, and how all that comes together, and how to operate under that trust, and how all that, it's a big puzzle, but it ain't something that you cannot obtain to do. So I'm looking forward to, I've been getting like rave reviews on people saying, oh, I understand how you're doing it. You must do this. And we have an obligation to not hold the information back from you, but you got to be ready to take the information and do something with it yourself. Because I'm not going in the gutter no more. I'm getting too old now, Rhonda. I used to go and take their hands and go in the hole and go get them and sit with them so they're ready to come out of there. But I can't do it now.
We don't have to do that now because, like, the frequency level is higher, and it's continues to rise. And not only that, like I tell people, we're in grad school. Get your notebooks out, follow along, take notes, and get your study on.
Yep.
This is all about us taking ownership. It is not Empress's responsibility to hold your hand and go step by step. She's doing what she is supposed to do. That is providing you the information, breaking it down for you, literally line item by line item. But it is your responsibility to be just like you're in school, just like you will respect that professor, and bring your notebook and take your notes and get in the queue if you have questions, or go back over the material if you don't enter and overstand it. So yes, we're not going to go down in the gutter, because you, as melanated people, are not in the gutter. So therefore, we will not treat you as such.
Here, here.
That's correct. And believe me, over the last, several days, I have gone on way beyond where, so that when you get caught up, I'll be already done paved the way for the rest of us. That's what my journey is at this point. For the past several days, I know where the door is, and I know where and how to on another level now of knowing what I need to do to help save our people, and and you know I'm excited, don't you, Rhonda? I'm just kind of low key about it, because I can't just, because if I get whipped up, then I won't be able to sleep. So I got to be low key in my feelings about what I've been doing this week.
Down, right?
Oh yeah, but what I've been doing this week, it's a game changer for everybody.
All right.
Indeed. So, again, we highly, highly encourage you to join that workshop series. It is the second and fourth Tuesday of every month at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Email cherubimlightkeepers@gmail.com to get any specific information. There is a workshop that gives even more detailed information, confidential information that cannot be given in the form of the over-the-air per se classes that is happening this coming up next Saturday in Charlotte, North Carolina. That will be the first one. She will have many, so if you can't make that one, she will have others. But if you're interested in that, also reach out to cherubimlightkeepers@gmail.com. And all of this information we posted on the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page. So Truth Uncompromised, Facebook.com. We have this information as well. So thank you, Empress. So we have one last caller. I know you've waited patiently, my dear. So let me bring you in. 313. 313, your line is open.
Thank you. I'm Verda from Michigan.
Greetings, beloved.
I'm usually a quiet person, but I have to address the young lady from Little Rock, 501. The one who was sad, saying that she's all alone.
Yes.
And first of all, I want to say greetings to everybody that's on the call.
Greetings.
Greetings.
I just want to remind her that she's not alone. She's not alone. She always has Allah, Ya Allah, with her. Always. I found myself being by myself as of September of last year. And I considered it being by myself because I've always lived with my children, or somebody has always lived with me. But I found myself being alone. And I said to myself one day, How dare you say you're alone? How dare you say you're alone? You're not alone. You have Allah. Well, since I've been listening to the calls, since I've been listening to Dr. Henderson, I say Ya Allah now, Ya Allah. And that made all the difference in the world. I went down to be indexed this past April the 9th. I was indexed. Mm-hmm. I came through Little Rock. I stayed in Little Rock for about a month. I couldn't wait to get back home after I was indexed so that I could be with myself and with my company, Ya Allah. And I'm adjusting. And I just want to let her know to not forget that Ya Allah is always there. And listening to the calls, I am learning to call on my ancestors too, my elders, as it said a lot on the call. So I just wanted to remind her and everybody else who think that they are alone. They're not. Just call on Ya Allah. And there are two ways. This is a duality that we live in. Appear happy, sad. You just have to make a decision whether you're going to be happy or sad. Another thing, when you deliver a message, the duty of the messenger is to deliver a message and keep moving. Keep moving. Delivering messages. Right. Emperor Sharma, on 2 nights ago, told us to go out and hug 10 people. Well, I did my 10. I made a point to go out and hug my 10. And I had some little strips that I had written SOV, CPR on. I didn't get a chance to do that because I didn't want to push it too far. So I just asked if it would be okay. We're trying to spread peace in the world. And I just want to give you a little hug. May I? And everybody was very receptive. Very receptive. So I know sometimes we have a tendency to forget. But I just want to let her know that Ya Allah is always there. And all she has to do is just, when she finds herself slipping a little bit, say a little prayer, and come back on the other side and thank Allah. And it seemed that I did one more call, and that was a call that I gave to Sister Sharma, asking about my ID. So this is just my second call, so I'm a little nervous. But it seems like I always end up being the last on the call, too, when I make up my mind to push that button, raise my hand and push the one. But I just wanted to share that with the young lady and anybody else who feels like they're alone. You're not. Always call on Ya Allah, and He'll answer you. I have not been able to. I usually like to get my melanin in and turn off my light at night. Mm-hmm. I haven't been able to do that totally yet, but I'm working on it.
Wow.
So with that, I just want to say thanks for allowing me to share that, and I hope that it helps the young lady, and I hope that all of you, everybody on the call in the United States, and if there's anybody on the call across the world, I just hope that We can have the love, the peace, the truth, the freedom, and justice.
Indeed.
With the support of one mind, one heart, and one spirit. With that, I would say nightfall.
Nightfall, beloved. Thank you for that. That was quite powerful and a great end to the call queue. So I want to give the panel an opportunity to say some last words to the family. So, Empress Shama, I know you've probably had a long day. So did you have any last words for the family? I'll let you go first.
I'd like to go last.
Okay.
Give somebody
okay. All righty. All right. So, Brother Wendell, you have any last words for the family?
Child, I'm sitting here about to cook, man. I'm sitting here working on something, and the darn power went out.
Oh,
oh, well, I'm sorry, Sugar. So is that going to be your last words to the family? I'm just saying.
I last word to the family. Just stay tuned, and for those of you who feel like you may be by yourself, you're not alone. You just have a certain piece of this thing that you have to do on your own and by yourself. There's nobody else's walk but yours. So hang in there and stay with us. We're your friends. That's to anybody out there. Crazy as we might be, we're your friends.
Because we are crazy.
I just want
to. That we are.
Yeah. I just want to warn you that something was wrong with us, but we all right. We good folks.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Wendell. Sister Vinny, do you have any last words for the family?
I just want to thank everyone for being here as usual. And always, I learn so much with every call. And never fear being alone, because there's a path at some point that we do have to travel alone. And when you end up on this call, that only means you're going in the right direction. So let's keep doing this together. And peace and love.
Indeed. Okay, Empress.
Boy, that was short. Because I was thinking about organizing this stuff in my head. And so I want to address something before I say my good nights, if I may.
Sure thing.
Okay. I got a lot of calls and emails and texts in regards to division, and a lot is going on. Before I in the next week or two, I'm going to reveal some stuff, because I've been quiet about all the little things that have been going on, and people are beginning to wonder, and they're getting ready, and they're confused. There are people that are listening on your calls and my calls, and they are being confused because they're not really clear about unity among us. And I need to say this calmly. I have a nurturing spirit. Rhonda has a nurturing spirit. Women, the feminine energy is your nurturers. And so you really need to stick close right now to the nurturers, and that we will not steer you wrong. It's a lot of calls. It's a lot of spin-offs. It's a lot of everything going on out there. And I'm saying that don't be pulled off of your path because of allowing people to confuse you, because people are in competition for your attention. And that a lot of times there are hidden agendas that you don't even see. But rest for sure that what's done in the dark will come to the light. And when you walk in truth, like Rhonda and myself, because we don't indulge in no bull stuff.
Right.
And we're not going to entertain darkness. And when we find out that that's what it is, we quietly detach. And if you don't see me attached to something or Rhonda attached to something, that's your cue. Because we're never going to say what we really want to say, because we are about peace. But just know, if you pay attention to what we are part of and what we're not, then you'll get your answer as to where you need to be. And that's all I need to say about that for right now. The rest I'm going to say because it's not time for me to say the things that need to be said so that the sheep doesn't go astray. And we are trying to keep the family together. So those who are listening to this call tonight, I beg of you, don't let anybody lead you astray and misrepresent who they are. We all have been conned from birth. And we probably have been conned on up till you have started engaging in people who are real and who are true to what they are doing and love righteousness and truth. Now, I didn't say that we were perfect, but we have perfect love, and love covers everything. So we must walk in love, and we must walk in the light, and we must walk in the truth. And those who are trying to fear your way, know that you are around the light that will light your own light, because everybody got a light, okay? And so I don't want you to go astray. I want you to stay right here with Rhonda and stay here, right here with me, because the feminine energies that you're getting is going to get you through. And we've already paved the way to find out who's who. And so being said, I want all of you to stay close, because we're in a time where there is a lot of deceit going on and a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that you don't know, but we have the ability to know what's going on behind the scenes. And people that have portrayed themselves to be something that they're not, we know who you are. Okay? We know who you are, and we are going to expose it when it's time to expose it.
Indeed.
But only the exposure have to do with not leading the people astray.
Right.
and hurting them because they've been lied to enough.
Yes.
And we are not going to promote liars.
Right.
Because we are not liars. And we're not going to be a part of any scheme, scam, lying, or deceit, or anything. And when we find out you're deceitful, believe me, we will expose it where people will know. And so I'm saying those who are sneak peekers on these calls, trying to start up stuff, you won't last, because the light and the truth will always prevail, and righteousness will always trump darkness and unrighteousness.
That's right.
And so we're going to intend to keep the people from being led astray. And when we find out that we've been a part of stuff that wasn't right, we're going to tell it.
Hey.
And I don't care who get mad and who decide that they don't want to be a part. If you don't want to be a part of the team of righteousness and light, then there's the door.
Woo. Bring it, Empress.
And I mean that. So in the next couple of weeks, I got my list. So those who out there are thinking that they are going to be continuing to see the people, you're not going to continue to do it. And that's what my journey right now is about, to get down to the bottom of it. And I'm already there. So you that are listening and you know who you are, I got your number. Love and light.
Love and light.
Because what's done in the dark gonna come to the light.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm the light, and I bring the truth into the darkness and expose the darkness.
Right.
With that, I yield, and I say nightfall.
Nightfall, Empress. Wow.
Right.
So, family, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I do want to say to just pay very close attention to what is going on. Again, I want to say this is the time for all of us to start taking ownership of our own spirituality, of our own setting up our own trust. I highly encourage you to follow along with the workshop series Trust, and just pay attention, okay? So I do want to thank you all for joining us tonight. So we are going to be back on Monday with Sis Linda, Sis Beverly, and Oracle Denise for prophecy at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then we don't have the workshop Trust on Tuesday, but Sister Joan will be back on Wednesday with Mama Ya at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and then we will be back Thursday for Truth Uncompromised at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, family, I do want to thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it, and we don't take lightly you spending your evenings with us, spending the amount of time that you spend with us. It is greatly appreciated, and we get just as much from you as you get from us. It is appreciated, and we feel your love. So with that said, we are going to log off, and we're going to log off with peace, love, truth, freedom, and justice. One heart, one mind, and one spirit. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to play some music tonight. I guess they be ready for me to get up off this board because it's locked up. So I don't know, Sister Divinity, if you're on or not and you can get to the board.
Okay.
If so, just play Brother's Going to Work It Out for the final song. If not, we're going to close out.
All right, sis. Nightfall.
Okay, Nightfall family.
Nightfall.
Nightfall.